I don't know.
I'm hoping now that we'll have, this time next year, we'll have the directors for another year. So hopefully that will give us some capacity for us to move up more into the strategic and less into the technical.
Totally.
And then we can do things like that, which is what I think we need to be doing.
Yeah.
Being way more strategic.
Yeah, but I just want you to know how much I always appreciated your presentations and just, it's like Mike said though, it's the individual. Like, yes, we're part of a group, but there is always going to
All right. Let's call this special council meeting to order, November 15th, talking about budget. Yeah. Good morning. First item on the agenda is always the agenda. Get a motion to adopt, please. Councilor Reid.
I'll also move the adopted agenda as presented.
All right. All those in favor of the agenda as presented? Carries. We're moving into our special meeting. And we need a motion to temporarily suspend our procedural bylaw so that we can communicate freely. Look for that motion from someone. Councilor Fedeko?
Motion.
Okay, the council suspends, Section 4.2C and 10 of our procedural bylaw 2019 for the duration of the special meetings, November 15th, 16th, 21, and 24. I don't see any discussion on that. Thank you, Councilor Fedeko. All those in favor of that? Look at that, it carries. So good morning. Budget. It's, how does that song go? It's the most wonderful time of the year, right? Something like that, right? And I'm half joking, but I was doing a little reflecting over the weekend as going through the budget one last time. before this week, and I found myself thinking about budgets of the past and going back to when I was on council in the early 2000s. This was always my favorite time of year. Budget is impactful. It's time for us to kind of dig in at a different level than maybe what we're used to. And it affects everyone in our community, but also for me, I remember how difficult it was as a counselor to set your life aside, your part-time job or your jobs, whatever you have going on in your lives, to be here for the next 3 or 4 or however many days we need. But also, once that was kind of taken care of, it was nice to be here and have interaction with senior staff, colleagues, and really dig into what it is that we care about the most, and that's our community. So, yeah, I just thought maybe we'd start today with a little bit on a lighter note and look forward to, while they're some of the heavier conversations and impactful, it's meaningful work that we're embarking on. So, good morning and welcome. Councillor Reid?
Yeah, thanks for those introductory remarks. I too wanted to make a few remarks, and I wanted to begin by recognizing all the hard work of administration in preparing this draft budget. Sometimes, often, I would say, it goes without saying, but clearly the draft budget is prepared with the expectations of taking council's strategic plan and operationalizing it. And so based on my experience, our strategic plan is really our North Star, and it should be for creating a budget. So I wanted to say thank you. I also wanted to make mention that for those who compared last year's budget with this year's budget, I know there's been some concerns expressed about the differences between the two, but actually when you sit down and look at them, they're almost identical. And I went back and looked through our minutes to see if we had an opportunity as council to have input to this budget process. And there was at least 2 occasions, and Catherine, there are probably more, but 2 occasions where Catherine presented us with the opportunity of being able to have input to the process as well as the budget. And the only reference that I could find actually, and it's dated, is Jeff's reference to looking at Leduc. So I just wanted to say thank you to administration and beginning the process. And I know that just from life's experiences, that there's a lot of hard work and preparation of this. I also recognize that it's a collaborative effort. It's not them and us. This is our budget collectively. The strategic plan is our plan collectively. And I look forward to the opportunity of, and I think Mike's already committed to that, is having a post-mortem to look at a way of improving our budget process collectively, and perhaps securing some appropriate tools to have public engagement. So I just thought I felt appropriate that at least from my perspective, I wanted to share that and thank administration for their time.
Looks like we're doing some opening remarks. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's, as been stated, the budget is the most important policy document, the most important decision that council makes in a given year. And we only get a chance to do 4 of those in a term. And it's, again, there's 7 of us coming at this with 7 different lenses. And so certainly while the layout of the budget for myself was generally speaking the same, with the adding of the various different costing sections and the moving of budgets and numbers from piece to piece, I actually found it very difficult to understand the budget. And that's why I've certainly laid out, I think my one email to staff was looking for about 39 different levels of clarity. So working through this budget for myself, I find that there's a lot of variances to understand, and in order for me to support the budget in any way, I need to have clarity in it, and I really am struggling with changes that we've implemented with last year's budget in seeing this and where we're going. So again, just 2 different lenses, but we're making opening statements. I want everybody to be clear on what my perspective was.
All right, thank you. And maybe just for clarity, and I think Mr. Derricott's going to get into some housekeeping and schedule, et cetera, first thing here. But let's try to keep our discussions. I mean, we've had a lot of preamble about process, so I would suggest we have maybe 2 parking lots. One, as we discuss the budget, and we'll have parking lot items for things we want to revisit or debate later, and a parking lot for process suggestions as we move through, and we'll just keep those off to the side, and then we can revisit that maybe first thing in the new year, or we can do a post-mortem after the budget and go back and look at those parking lot items for process, so that's not lost. Everybody understand what I'm getting at? Yeah. Okay. I don't see any other remarks coming out, so Mr. Derricott, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's about, I think, 5 of my slides are already covered now in my presentation with some of the comments that have been made, but I do appreciate the discussion already. As you mentioned, Mayor, just a few housekeeping items. A reminder of the agenda and schedule today and tomorrow, scheduled to be at it 9 to 5, or as much of that time as we feel is valuable, and have 2 additional days scheduled, November 21st and 24th, to carry on. As you mentioned, obviously, I think while we believe and hope that that will be sufficient, more time can be set aside and created if additional conversation is required as we go. As the mayor was just suggesting, in terms of a little bit of housekeeping, in perhaps talk a little bit about the presentation processes, we have probably for most of the morning a broad overview of some of the budget principles that we think are kind of the foundation of the document that has been prepared for council. And so there's 2 types of questions, well, maybe 3 now. I think that there is clarity questions that we think will provide clarity on something that's being discussed at the moment. I think it's important that we leave space for those to happen as we're moving along. Then there's questions that maybe will be better served when we're in the debate or deliberation portion, which will come later in the process that we can set aside. And then, as the mayor mentioned, there's process-related questions or structure of the budget itself questions that I think we can create a space for those to be captured as part of a conversation as we go. So to build on some of the comments that have been made already, I think the first thing that is important is just to reflect on the process as a whole. And while it is my privilege and my responsibility to stand before council and present the budget, you'll hear as well from other members of the executive leadership team. The budget really represents a full organizational effort, and including council and some of the discussions, deliberations, and work that council's done, not the least of which is the creation and commitment to the strategic plan, are all captured in this process. With that being said, I think it's important to acknowledge in particular 2 groups in our organization. The finance department, who does a lot of the heavy lifting on the creation of the document, pulling together a lot of work that goes into that. So Catherine and her team, and I'm not sure if you've had a chance to meet her yet, but Crystal, our new director in that area, who will be observing the budget process. But that team has a great deal of their fingerprints all over the budget process. And then there's the reason that it looks so nice, which is our communications team, who, bless their hearts, were responding to our request as early as this morning to tweak this or tweak that, and have worked very, very hard in the last few days to ensure that we have a presentation that I think honors the hard work that's been done to the budget, and also helps us, I think, to present it with clarity as much as possible. So I just wanted to acknowledge those groups. But the goal, in my mind, I recall following last year's election when we sat with council, one of the key discussion points was how do we create, sustain, build what we would refer to as a complete community. And that theme continues to drive the work that we're doing. And I think through the strategic plan, which, as Councillor Reid mentioned, in our opinion, and certainly for administration, is our North Star in terms of how we go about our work. I just wanted to read a portion from the message that Council endorsed as part of this plan. This plan allows us to take control of our own destiny, set a clear path for the future, and make sure it happens on purpose. Blazing our own trail, authoring and sharing the next chapter of Cochrane's story. We are thankful for the opportunity to truly shape Cochrane's future and ensure it remains a community of choice for generations to come. A place where you know your neighbors, where you want to raise a family, and where you truly experience the feeling of community. There's some, I think, important and impressive concepts captured not only just in that statement, but throughout this plan. We have representing on the screen here the 5 pillars that make up the strategic plan of maintaining a true and distinct identity in our community, being good stewards of our open spaces and natural areas, ensuring that Cochrane is livable and all that that means, supporting and facilitating a vibrant economy, and building a connected community, both socially and physically. Administration takes this guidance incredibly seriously, and it has, since its adoption, begun to inform our decisions and our priorities and our discussions. I've taken to carrying the document around with me, mostly as a reminder to myself as I sit in various meetings as to what the objectives and goals are. And why is this also important today is because this budget is a direct representation of what administration believes will continue to facilitate the work that council has guided through their strategic plan. So building off of that, as you may recall last year, and as we again this year, at the early stages of the process, certainly at the senior leadership table, we created 4 guiding principles that we gave to ourselves, but also to the organization as they were going to prepare the budget. That when there became decision points to be made, that these were the 4 reference points that would be critical for us to consider in addition to reflecting on the strategic plan. And some of them I think you can see are directly related. First, to ensure capacity to support a thriving quality of life for our community, ensure intergenerational equity, balancing the needs of today while preserving long-term financial viability, proactively building organizational resiliency. We're going to talk more about that here in the future of this presentation. And while this was forefront last year to budget for the size of community that we are, we still think it's critical, although we've made a great deal of progress again that we'll reference moving forward. And so it will probably not be unusual as we go through the course of these conversations for council to hear in answer to inquiries or why did we do this or why did we do that, that we would reference these principles as part of that. And we believe that the budget is built to reflect these pieces. One of the words I just want to highlight in all of this is balance. And that is a delicate thing, but it's also a thoughtful and an intentional one. Too much of one thing or too much in one direction can put pressure on other dynamics. And so the reality is that sometimes we're trying to thread the needle, which is a small target, and we look forward to council's guidance, which I think brings me to an important point of this process where the budget up until council adopts it, or I should say up until this moment, has really been an administrative effort, and now is kind of the baton passing where I think it's really critically important that this becomes council's budget and that it reflects council's interests, will, and what they believe is in the best interest of our community. Hopefully, we've done a good job of responding to what we believe council's sensibilities to be, and so that won't be a big stretch or a big leap. But at the end of the day, when the budget is in front of council for adoption, we want that to be council's budget at that point. I think Councillor Reid also referenced that we believe this to be a collaborative effort, not a negotiation, and that we have shared interests organizationally, and that council brings important pieces to that table, and administration contributes, but it's really a collective effort that we think will help us achieve the best results on behalf of our community. I just want to take a moment to reflect on some of the engagement that happened throughout this budget process as well, to include the community through this process. You may recall that what I would describe as the main budget engagement took place in the spring. And it was done in the form of a survey where we received 300 responses. Admittedly, we would love to receive many, many, many more responses than that. But we do think it's important to reflect on what we did here as part of this. The timing of this was also done such that this information could inform administration as we began to build our budget. And so just drawing out a few of the highlights from this, we saw parks and open spaces, community safety and community services, infrastructure and roads drawn out as some of the key concepts that were most noted. I think that that's a really good reflection of the slide that we had on the opening, is because that to me basically describes what a complete community is. It has both social and physical infrastructure, and one without the other leaves, I think, a community wanting. So ensuring that we are building both the hard and soft elements of our service delivery to our community is an important piece. The survey participants were asked to provide, it was really a service level kind of question. Are you satisfied with the service that you receive in our parks, in the emergency services, et cetera? And while there was a variety of opinions there was not a clear majority that indicated we'd like to see less service in this area or more service in that area. However, of note is that 60.5%, this is one of the larger numbers of collective support, was that the use of tax dollars to build financial reserves for infrastructure. And so this makes administrators very happy when they see this sentiment reflected in these types of surveys, because we believe that's a critical element of good stewardship in a community, is to ensure that we're not only appropriately investing in building the infrastructure we need today, but preparing for the inevitable maintenance and rehabilitation of various pieces of infrastructure as well. So the process went along. Administration created the budget document you have before you, and after that was released to the public, there was also a space created for the public to come and engage with council, to share reflections, ask questions, gather initial impressions and information. This happened just a few weeks ago, where a space was set up at Spray Lakes Sports Center, where many people in our community come, hopefully a good cross-section, and council was able to engage and hear from them as well. In addition to that, there was also the option for online feedback to be given. So again, just noting that we only received 91 responses online. We do want to note what we saw there. When we asked them to rank the 5 pillars of the strategic plan, and just to be clear, this wasn't to say which ones are important and which ones are not. It's a relative level of importance, which ones of these resonated most with our residents. You can see the ranking here with identity, open spaces, natural areas coming at the top, and then down through livability, the economy, and connectivity. A few notes on some themes that were heard through the engagement process. Concerns around parks and recreation, property taxes, capital projects, our COLT transit service, business development, traffic, compensation, and then obviously there was a variety of general pieces of feedback. So moving forward to, again, reference the strategic plan, I think the other core element of the strategic plan, and one that I think is critical, is an acknowledgement of what is going to be required to meet the lofty aspirations that council has set out for our community. And those 4 identified foundational pieces are financial and environmental stewardship, recognizing that it's our responsibility, those of us who inhabit these positions of influence now, to pass a healthy, both physical and financial environment to future generations. The built environment, this is both ensuring we create the infrastructure to serve our community, but that we also guide others who are building in our community in a way that we believe supports the objectives outlined. Intentional relationships, we can't do this alone. We have many stakeholders in our community, other orders of government, I think that are critical to creating that complete community we've talked about, and we want to be intentional about interacting with them. And the language that I use is, if we hope to have good partners, we want to be a good partner. And so what does that look like, and how do we fulfill our obligations as a partner in our community and in our region? And then finally, organizational resiliency. None of this can happen without a team of dedicated staff, a healthy organization, and one that is proactively building for the future as well. And while all of these are critically important, the one that has been at the forefront of our work here recently is building a resilient organization, beginning with some of the organizational vision work that took place last year, and Council's significant investment in last year's budget, and that work's ongoing. And so we felt it would be critically important to spend a few minutes talking to Council about where that process is at, and also that is still reflected, I think, meaningfully in this budget process. So I will pause there, and I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Almond, our Director of Organizational Strategy and Culture, who's going to talk for a few minutes about our work to build a resilient organization.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very important piece of our budget. Speaking to Councillor McFadden's opening statements, I think while the actual numbers are reported the same as they have been for many, many years, there has been quite a shift in how our organization is designed, and I think I take that responsibility very seriously, hopefully to provide absolute clarity through this presentation of what we've done and where all the parts have moved to. And if we don't provide absolute clarity, I will keep standing here until we have clarity on what that looks like, okay? So hopefully we can do that. So the first slide is linking it to our foundation of our strategic pillar of foundation, which is organizational resiliency. Mike just spoke to that we cannot do any of the amazing work that we need to do within our community unless we have a resilient organization. So this is just my attempt at a bit of a timeline of the journey that I've been on with this current council to where we are today. So back in May 2021, which I actually, when I was putting these numbers together, it felt like it was 2019. I think that's the COVID era that knocks us a little bit. But ELT had a strategic session that was very soon after Mr. Derricott started as our CAO to do some organizational visioning. We knew that we weren't designed to serve the community the size that we were, so we did some visioning work. Then in October 2021, which we had the very fortunate privilege of working with the same council again, as you were all re-elected. At that relaunch, we spoke a little bit to the renovation of our organization, and those structured discussions started back in October 2021. Then December 2021, that was when the 2022 budget was approved, and those additional resources were provided to us. Of note there, of course, is that Council took the bold move of bringing forward some of those positions that we were requesting in, I knew I was going to do that, in 2023 at that time. So we at that time had said this is going to be an 18-month implementation plan. because it was a lot of resources to bring into our organization, and we had to do the slow and steady approach. So that implementation started in January 2022. By June 2022, we reported back to council. I came to council to speak about the progress and the impacts of the implementation. At that point, we had had 16 new hires, and again, if my languaging needs any clarity, please just ask, but the new hires are complete new positions. So that wasn't replacing someone that had left. Those were complete new positions, those 16 new hires. And then we are here, the implementation is ongoing. To date, from June to now, we've got 28 new hires now, from the 16 to 28. The completion of that 2021 visioning work to support the strategic plan is expected to finish in Q1 2023. So that's kind of the journey that we've been on. Next, we need to talk a little bit about next steps, because we're not just putting this injection of human capital into our organization without actually evaluating what we're doing. So as we've been going, we have been evaluating our implementation. That will be done in its completion when we have completed the implementation of our visioning plan. We will do a complete evaluation and again come back to council. The beauty of having the new positions that we have is that the reporting of the outcomes is going to be so much easier, which makes your job so much easier. So we're going to be doing a lot of reporting, bringing data and robust statistics to you of what the results are, all the buzzwords, the ROIs, the KPIs, whichever buzzword you want to use. I think there has been feedback that that's been a bit light this year. We're still in the implementation stage. We have tried really hard to bring forward what we can. I'm hoping that further in my presentation you can see that where it's being felt is within our organization, maybe not trickling to the council level yet, but hopefully we can speak to that during this presentation. And then the next steps, of course, is the continuing connection to the strategic plan, having a proactive as opposed to reactive workforce and service delivery planning, that we can actually plan for what we're going to be doing in the next 5-10 years and what kind of workforce resources we're going to need for that. Okay. Our organizational capacity, when I was thinking about how to present this to you, it becomes very difficult to talk about these things that can't really be measured. So please bear with me on this one. Moving an organization in terms of capacity, I really will keep repeating those words. We're moving towards being proactive instead of reactive, moving from being in crisis mode to, nope, we actually saw that coming and we're prepared for that. You know, granted, not something like COVID, but we can have policies and procedures in place that will better prepare us for that. Something like that again. Wow, stop talking about that. So the first thing we've had is capacity to focus on strategic plan and council priorities. So by introducing this director layer, it's been able to create space for them to work with their managers to really start looking at the strategic plan. I would say this is more focused under my current department, which is the Organizational Strategy and Culture Department, having just hired a corporate strategic officer that's going to help us connect the staff to your plan and the work that they do. So that work is commencing. That director layer has also been able to start looking at policy and program evaluation. So that statement of it's all the way we've always done it is not accepted in Cochrane. We don't accept that statement. We're challenging status quo. We're looking at how we've done things and what are more efficient, fiscally responsible way of doing things. Service level reviews and optimization, very big for a municipality. We need to continually do that. Another place that we've added capacity is commencement of critical asset management programs. So under Drew Hyman's section of having Pinky de la Cruz in that position, starting a very robust process. We haven't started, but looking at what we can do to better manage our asset management program. The softer things that are really important is the leadership skill development. So having the capacity to be able to mentor and grow our managers, that equates to proactive and successful employees. So the more we can focus on our employees, the better workforce we have to focus on your strategic plan and council priorities and the community's needs. And then intentional and efficient allocation of resources. Again, when you're in a reactive state, you're just running from one thing to the next. I feel like we have been able to take a breath and be more intentional and efficient in allocation of our resources. Okay, culture. So the visioning implementation was really to work on our culture as well, and I've just put the statement in here. Valued and respected and healthy staff are a critical component of outstanding work performance. I personally am so proud of the work that this organization has done under direction of Mike Derricott and Council over the last 18 months and how far we've come. How do I prove that to you? How do I show that to you? Well, we're starting to get the stats in. So we recently implemented a new hire survey. So with all these new staff that are coming in, we wanted to get their feedback. So within 90 days, they will get, on their 90th day, sorry, our new staff, and that's the new positions as well as any turnover, receive quite a comprehensive survey. These are two stats that I wanted to pull out. The one on the right of your screen, the one in the middle, culture. 10% of the applicants identified that they applied with us because of culture. 45% accepted the job because of our culture. That is a remarkable stat, and McLean and Company, who administers the survey, said to us that that's kind of unheard of, to see such a drive towards people wanting to work for us because of our culture. Employee referral is also something that is a good barometer. So 10% of our applicants that applied with us, that's because people say that we're a good organization to work for. I'm very interested to continue tracking these numbers and reporting back to you on those numbers. And then some extracts on the left of your screen there. My interviews made me feel excited to work for this organization. Huge kudos to everyone that has been hiring all these people. 100% is also unheard of. So sitting in an interview and saying, no, I really, really want to work for this organization because of the culture and because of the dynamic environment we're working in of a rapidly growing municipality is a fun and exciting place to work. And then just some other stats there. My interviewers conducted themselves professionally, and I felt that the organization had a friendly and welcoming atmosphere. So finding ways to demonstrate culture is something I'm going to really be focusing on the next couple of months. This is the beginnings of that, to show you how well we're doing in that area. Okay, let's start talking about structure. So in 2021, this was our structure, and I know Council really wanted some stats on FTEs. That's coming. So this is just a visual of what we looked like. We had 4 GMs at that time. They were called GMs, and the sections were divided according to this org chart. 2022, we moved to 3 executive directors, so from 4 general managers to 3 executive directors. And there you have their sections underneath them. The director level has now been implemented, as you can see on this org chart. One of those positions being mine, reporting directly into our Chief Administrative Officer, Director of Organizational Development, and then those other directors following underneath each of those executive directors. I'm flying through this a little bit because I think the meat of it is coming later, but if you want me to pause at any time, please just catch my attention, Mayor.
Just before, all of this can be put on our portal?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep, yes. Okay, so the proposed 2023 organizational structure. So there isn't anything that changes from back there, from 2022, in terms of the upper level. So you have those 3 executive directors. We have the continuation of the development out of the director level. So hopefully when you have a chance to review the FTE numbers, you start to see how we've built the budget book according to this structure. Okay, so now we're going to walk into each division. I'm still trying to get the words right, division, section, department, to illustrate how the FTEs have grown over the years, and And this would be a great one to start with, being this department's, the organizational strategy and culture, which is a brand new one. So we would have gone from zero, essentially, except we have the CAO in here. So let me pause and explain. So in your CAO line there, you can see in 2021, the CAO had 3 FTEs. Excuse me, 2022, 1, and 2023, 1. So that's because we moved 2 FTEs out. So this is where the budget development starts to, I think, feel confusing for people reading it. So the CAO now has a single line, it's just him in there. The other 2 positions were moved into the division of the Director of Organizational Development and Culture, which went from 0 to 4, and Communications and Intergovernmental Relations went from 3, 5, 5, so 2 moving from CAO to Communications. So that's where you can see it's a moving of the numbers game, but it still equals out. Okay. I will note on this slide, this is part of our franticness this morning, trying to fix some things. Under frontline there, you have 20.35. That is not an accurate number because the 2021 FTEs, the 2023 FTEs, if you pull out the executive and the mid-management, it's actually 16.35. You following? So frontline is actually 16.35, not 20.35, which would be the full complement of that division. Okay. Corporate services, so this would be under Catherine's executive leadership. Under this department, we have legislative services and admin services, financial and information technology services. So what I was understanding that council was asking for was your 2021 numbers. So if you look at the bottom there, you have your total of 29. In 2022, the FTEs went to 35, and in 2023, the proposal is 39 FTEs. I'm going to keep reiterating this. When you see those 4, so going from 35 to 39, that is not new money. That is not new money that we are asking for in 2023. This is money that we have not yet spent from the 2022 allowance. Okay. So within that division, we have 1 executive and 7 middle management and 31 frontline. So I'm hoping that breakout there for each, as we go through each of these divisions, is what council was looking for. This one is Mr. Hyman Drew's section, which is, as you can see, it's a full page. So under Drew, we have those 3 directors of engineering and asset management, planning and development, and operation services, broken out for you there into 2021, 22, and 23. So that's gone in total from 64 to 75, then to 78. With, again, the breakdown of 1 executive, 14 mid-management, and 64 frontline. Protective and community services. This would be under Stacey Lowe's executive leadership. 2021, 95.38, 2022, 101.66, and 2023, 104.36. I am making the commitment that next year we will not be reporting in point whatevers. We do this based on hours, so if there's a 0.32 FTE, I'm understanding the council wants to know how many staff we have, FTEs, not whether they're at 0.5 or 0.2 or 0.3, you want to know how many staff we have. So I think we will do a better job of rounding those and reporting straight numbers because it gets confusing that way.
Lisa, can I
Yes.
just confirm that the 2023 number under RCMP is still 7?
Yes.
And the frontline staff number is incorrect. It's actually 96.36.
Thank you. Okay, so the RCMP that is, I've left it as it was. We did find an error in the budget book that is supposed to say 777. human error that became 776. So I didn't want to change it without standing in front of you and explaining that that is actually in the budget book that actually needs to be 7 RCMP. And those are the administrative positions. And Stacey, are you referring to a math error at the bottom there?
That's correct.
Okay.
We've got a question. Councilor Padeco?
Just curious, in fire services, you have 33 FTEs, 2 in management, and then we have 30 frontline. Are we missing one person out of those numbers? I don't.
That would be 32.61. Yeah, that's rounding. It is rounding. So you're correct. That would be 31 and 33 and 30.
Okay, perfect. Thank
It's
you.
the rounding up from the 0.61, which is why I was saying we need to stop doing the 0.61s.
Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, so thank you, and I appreciate the information being given in this form. It's much better. I'm just rapidly trying to catch up with
Yeah.
what's being presented. What I think for myself, how many RCMP officers do we have currently?
How many RCMP admin staff do we have? 7.
Oh, so this is just the admin staff.
Yes, because those are in our budget, yes, as our FTE count.
Okay, so if I wanted to know how many, so 7 administrators, these aren't police officers.
Correct.
Okay, so there's another section you're gonna present to us that are gonna show how many police officers we have?
I will defer to
I
Ms.
can
Lowe.
speak to that. We currently have 23 members.
Okay, and we're gonna see it on a chart like this?
It is referenced in the RCMP operating budget.
Okay.
And we're going to get into all of those departments as we go, so.
We don't
yes.
separate that out in this section, and specifically it's in the RCMP budget because that's a contract. They aren't considered employees.
Yeah, like, and I understand that the RCMP is a contract, so they're not town of Cochrane staff directly, but they are FTEs that we're paying for. So I struggle with a little bit of the presentation because, you know, at the end of the day, they are staff that are delivering municipal services. So I struggle with the breakout is all I want to say at this point.
So currently, we don't include them as FTEs. We only fund them to 90%. They have never been counted in as an FTE for town of Cochrane staff. And when council considers whether or not they wish to add RCMP members, it's part of the RCMP operating budget because it is charged through their contract at a 90% per member. So that's where that number has always been reflected. So when we have the justification at the bottom of that operating budget, it will reference the amount of members that we have and the fact that 1 or 2 or 3 are requested to be added over the course of the budget.
Okay, no, and I hear that. I just think in future years, I'd like it to be, if we need to present it separately, just clear where we're at on the RCMP staffing. Just my thought of the moment.
Yeah.
So I just want to share that.
Okay. All right. Moving on, so that would be our full FTE count. No, that's not it there. It's okay. This is population to full-time employee stats, which we thought would be an important stat to be able to show to council of our comparators, like how are we doing in terms of how we've grown over year and how many town of Cochrane employees we have at the same time. Self-explanatory really, but if you want me to kind of look at Cochrane population in 2022 is just over 34,000. % change over the year before is 5.78. Total number of FTEs is 239.62, which is the current number in 2022, which would be the plus 14%. So that would be the highest percentage you've seen in the last 11 years. We can look at where things happen in terms of, it was during COVID years in 2021 where the population is growing and we're decreasing FTEs by 7.4%. And then anything above that, you can see that in general, well, I shouldn't try to say that word, in general, the FTE count hasn't really kept pace with the Cochrane population change. There's all sorts of ways we can break down these numbers. I hope this is useful for you to have a be able to stand behind our FTE counts, because that has been a big topic of conversation, is we're growing and our FTE counts are growing with it. Okay. We also thought that this. Sorry.
Just go back one, yeah. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so what we can say though, and this isn't, I'm hoping my math's not gonna be fail me on this. Anyhow, so we got 240 FTEs as of current, or as of the end of the year?
As of current, 2022 right now as we
today.
stand today.
Cool.
Yeah.
And by the end of 2021, we had 200, I'm rounding up by 210.
210, correct.
FTEs. Okay, so through the budget process, then we brought on 30 full-time equivalents.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Is it easier for you, or is it easier for me to do the math of, in that 30 FTEs, how many are management and how many are, to steal Councillor Fadeko's language, of boots on the ground?
If you give me a quick second, I have it here.
And just from my point of view, moving ahead in the world, I'm comfortable with the FTE equivalent as opposed to number of staff.
Oh, okay. 9 of the positions brought on would be considered management and above. So 21 of the positions would be frontline.
21 are frontline, and obviously then 9 are management. Okay, thank you.
With an acknowledgement that that would be a higher number than normal of bringing in a director layer. As we move forward, that clearly drops right down to frontline staff.
Another question here,
Okay.
Councillor Fedeko.
Earlier, it was noted that we had 28 new hires total, 16 new hires, brand new positions, but now we're at 30. I'm just trying to clarify, or that's 30 full-time, so the other 2 were part-timers, or?
Well, you can see where the rounding catches us. I've spent so much time trying to analyze this, and I can't cross-reference quickly enough. So you pointed out under fire services, that one there, that could be the one here. The rounding up throws us off. So it's around that number. I'm sorry that it's not perfect, but we will change that next year.
It's also full-time equivalent.
Full-time
So if there was
equivalent.
2 part-time people at 0.5, they would make 1
Full-time
FTE.
equivalent, correct.
So it's not number of people, it's number of full-time equivalents, correct? Yeah.
It does get more complex like that if you look at something like fire, who has, if we brought on 8 casual firefighters, we would count them as 8, because we wouldn't count how many hours they're working here, we count them as 8.
Of course, it's not easy.
It's not easy, it's not.
Thank you, please continue.
Okay. Yeah, so the next number that we thought would be a good comparison is looking at similar municipalities and their number of FTEs. Now, fully aware, I'm going to try what Mr. Derricott was saying, Gala apples, and no, I knew I shouldn't do it. 2 different types of apples comparing. Some have kind of recreation numbers in there. Cochrane does not. However, we believe that this is a stat that we need to look at to ensure that you're comfortable that our FTE numbers are tracking with what other like municipalities. Tracking and lagging, I would say, would be my advocacy, that we are lagging quite far behind in terms of FTEs. Okay. Coming to my last slide then is to talk a little bit about building the resilient organization. Of course, includes the staffing component of your budget that you're going to be deliberating. So we have asked for a 3.5 COLA increase. This is not a number that we just landed on arbitrarily. We have looked at what is happening throughout Canada and throughout Alberta. Alberta is currently tracking, I believe, at 3.86 reported what municipalities are going to be giving their staff this year, not COLA. We have all made the decision that this is an anomaly year, that when you're tracking from 6 to 7%, we are not going to help the cause if we come in asking for a 6 to 7% COLA increase. So this is a verified number that we've looked at other municipalities and corporations. Interestingly enough, even not-for-profit this year is reporting that they're going to be doing a 3.86% increase. No steps are being asked in this budget, so I have spoken to that with council that we're currently undergoing quite a comprehensive compensation review. So twofold, we're not going to be asking for steps because of the current economy, plus we are going through a compensation review, so we will wait for it. So that is my last little bullet there. The update on that, a brief update was provided, and that work will be completed by the end of this year. We have put money aside for anything from our surplus for any positions that are completely misaligned, which we are feeling that there won't be too many of those. So the work has been done to prep for that. So COLA, no steps, and compensation review. I see some lights are flashing.
Yeah, Councillor Reid?
And thanks, Lisa. 2 questions. Steps are not automatic. That's not part of our culture.
No, they have never been automatic, and it's frankly one of the reasons I really dislike the step system, because it puts council in a bad position as well as the organisation, that we have to come every year asking for a step increase, right. Which is, puts everyone in a bad position. Yeah.
And the second question I had was the compensation review. Just having a little bit of experience in that, we in our, well, this is not a fair comparison, but as an example, a metaphor, I guess, is that we did a compensation review, and then because we recognized that it was would be such a large hit, again, relatively speaking to our budget, we staggered that over 2 or 3 years. Is that something that might be considered in relation to the compensation review?
Absolutely. As we work with our consultants, right now we don't know what the impact would be. Agreed. As soon as we do know what the impact would be, there would be a recommendation that would come to council of an implementation plan that could take 2 to 3 years, yeah. Yep. Quite easily, especially given our environment, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to translate that. So no steps, that translates into a wage freeze for everybody except for COLA.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Federico?
You had referenced that the surplus is being to fund, obviously, if there's a misalignment of salaries. What surplus are we talking about?
I'm going to defer to Catherine for that. We had to come to council to ask for 300,000 to be put aside.
So at the end of 2021, so that would have been the last meeting in April of this year, council was presented with what the surplus was for the 2021 fiscal year. And at that time, as is usual, council directed where those surplus funds were to go, and $300,000 of those surplus funds were put into the operating reserve specifically to help, knowing that the compensation review would be done, those funds would be set aside to be able to implement if there was some significant changes that needed to be made to specific positions.
Okay, thank you.
Think we're good?
We think we're good?
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm going to hand back to Mike.
And again, all of that will be on the portal. We can go back and look at each slide. I don't have to take mad notes over here.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll certainly provide that information. We'll maybe even try to rectify. There was 1 or 2 math errors in there as well before that gets posted as well.
Okay.
But appreciate Lisa's work on that. She did a little bit of better job than I did. I meant to before I turned it over to her. It's maybe a little bit foggy in your memory. I'm assuming there's not. But if there were any general questions from the early stages of the presentation, I'd be happy to answer those before we take the next step. I'm assuming based on the fact that the lights came on when there was question that we're okay to move on, but just wanted to acknowledge that. Good. Okay, so now we want to just move into talking a little bit more practically about the implications of this budget. We've kind of tried to lay the broad context of some of the pieces there. So there's many drivers on a budget as complex as a municipal budget because of the variety of service delivery requirements, and pressures that come along with that. So this slide represents 4 of the key pieces that drove our thinking as we put this budget together. Some of these will be familiar as they are themes that have been discussed as we've moved through. So investing in our infrastructure needs is critical to ensure both appropriate service today, but also, as I mentioned, preserving the integrity of that infrastructure into the future. We're responding to generational inflationary pressure. I'm trying not to use the word unprecedented. I think that word got worn out over the last couple of years. It's not exactly unprecedented, but it has been quite some time since our society has dealt with this type of inflationary pressure, tracking at 6, 7, 8% over the last year. Of note, council may remember that we would typically refer to what we would call the MPI, Municipal Price Index, versus the Consumer Price Index, because municipalities don't buy the same basket of goods that a household does. And historically, Municipal Price Index tracks just a little bit ahead of CPI. So unfortunately, where we typically would get that information from the city of Edmonton, there wasn't a contemporary report that we felt captured that, but thought it was worth noting that the inflationary pressure on municipal organizations is just a little bit different and typically, as I said, tracks ahead of the Consumer Price Index. Keeping that infrastructure in shape is an underpinning for continue to provide quality services that our people rely on. And in many cases, they're unconscious of the service we provide as long as it's going well. And it's until those services start to perhaps break down a little bit that people become quite aware of them. But we want to ensure that the people that live and work and play in Cochrane continue to enjoy. I would even go one step beyond quality service to say exceptional service is certainly our objective. And then finally, as noted, delivering on council's strategic plan is a key driver of how we built this budget. What does this mean for those that will be making the investment? We wanted to just spend a moment highlighting that as well. Where does our tax dollars go? I include myself in that as a taxpayer in this community. So the way we typically discuss this is we capture what we would describe as the average home assessment. This has risen over recent years to just under $500,000, $495,000. So if you were in the average range of homeowners in Cochrane, your property tax bill would be approximately $4,000. And so the broad breakdown of that is that 34% of that actually goes straight to the province for education. We don't see that municipally. A small portion, only 0.5%, goes to the local seniors foundation that supports seniors housing in the region. And then 65.5% of that ends up in our municipal resources. And so I think that that's always something that we just want to highlight for individuals, that we, of the $4,000, we only end up with just shy of $2,700 to provide for each household all the many services that they rely on. So then to break that down a little bit farther, where does that $2,700 go? And we felt like this slide was really, really helpful to demonstrate what I think is exceptional value in service delivery. I'm not going to note each particular one, but there are a few here that I think are of great interest. Parks and open spaces, I note that one because it seems to be something that people of Cochrane care about, enjoy, and use regularly. For about $180 a year, a resident gets to enjoy the park spaces that are available to them. I think that's quite a reasonable investment for the enjoyment there. There's a significant investment in community safety, $1,000. That's the biggest single area of support, but that includes fire, police, municipal enforcement, and emergency management. And again, I think in terms of the return on investment there for $1,000 in a year to ensure that you have appropriate enforcement as well as fire protection is a pretty reasonable cost. What you won't see on this list are the utilities, just of note there, because they are not tax supported, they're rate supported. So I just wanted to note that as part of that. So again, we'll make this available, and this will be an important part of our public dialogue on this as well, because I think it's critically important that people see what we believe is great value for a variety of services provided by the municipality. So in each budget year, there are what we describe as uncontrollable costs. When we say uncontrollable, I think what we mean is that they're driven by external variables more than internal variables. We obviously can make service delivery changes or process changes that may have moderate impacts in these pieces, but these are largely driven by external factors as we go through here. So some significant ones such as the RCMP contract, inflationary driven compensation implications, new services, the station you will see on there, utility, insurance, other increases, fuel, etc., all on the rise. And this equates to basically the 7.5% tax increase proposed in this budget. What you'll also note is that there's additional increases, but those are covered by the growth portion of our budget. And so it was a really challenging year to capture these uncontrollable costs, which admittedly created significant pressure on our budget. I see
Councillor Reid?
Councillor Reid.
Yeah, I appreciate the list. The other one I don't understand is the station. Is it suggest we didn't budget appropriately for the station? And I thought my understanding was that it came in on budget and.
No, thank you. So this is reflecting the operational costs of the station. So now that we've built the facility, we really have no choice but to fund the cost of staffing, cleaning, et cetera, that comes along with it.
So we anticipated the cost, we just.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it represented what we describe as, we didn't really have a choice. We need to staff the space.
And is there any cost savings, sorry to belabor the point, but is there any cost savings in terms of having staff move from this building down there, or?
Yeah, so I would say that they're relatively indirect, but we have, I think, created a much more resilient, in particular in the customer service element, where it's much easier for us to cover holidays, sick days, et cetera, because we have a bigger complement of customer service representatives.
Right.
I wouldn't note that as a significant cost savings, but I do think it has an implication there.
And this is the regular ongoing, well, assumingly the regular or ongoing operating cost.
That is an ongoing cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Federico?
So with the proposed tax rate being 7.55%, and this obviously showing 7.5%, are you saying that only 0.05% is, goes to controlled costs or something?
No, thank you. Perhaps I didn't articulate that very well. We also have the growth-related factor, and Catherine, you can remind me of the exact number? Thank you, 3.25%. So the budget is growing by more than the 7.5%. That's just the proposed implications on the tax increase. So the remainder of the implications for service delivery, et cetera, is roughly the 3.25% that you would see in growth. I think, I held the click just long enough, yeah.
Councillor Flowers?
Can you remind me, is the RCMP retro pay, is that for sure now, or is that something we're just still guessing at?
I wouldn't describe it as a guess. We have a good idea of what the amounts will be. It's still a little bit uncertain as to what the federal government, there's been ongoing discussions with the federal government about whose responsibility that might be. We remain prepared to pay. We believe that's the fiscally prudent thing to do. And certainly I would defer to Ms. Lowe if you have anything to add there. No. So it's uncertain, but we're prepared should that cost fall to the municipality, which is possible.
Then it will be a yearly cost after that?
No, the retro pay is a single,
Or one time?
yeah, one-time cost.
Thank you.
So this was I think an important part of our conversations last year on the broad context of the implications for a couple of things. One is the impact of growth on our community, but this graph ultimately represents what we would describe as an efficiency metric. The operating spending per capita is the number that is really, I think, of focus here. Again, I just want to ensure that council understands that this chart is as of 2020, and we have not been able to secure an updated one, but we believe these trends have been maintained. I think the single greatest point here that I would make is for those who are interested in ensuring the efficiency of the local government here in Cochrane, this list continues to indicate that Cochrane is among the very most efficient local government jurisdictions, in particular in our comparative group. I made the argument last year that I honestly believed we were at too efficient, and that some investment was required. Council, in their wisdom, supported that. Again, early indications remain that even with that significant investment, that Cochrane remains at the very forefront of running an efficient local government organization. That is something that we hope to maintain. Obviously, again, balancing that with service delivery requirements and infrastructure investment needs. But this, I hope, would be a strong point for anyone who's concerned about the general efficiency here in Cochrane.
Councillor Nagel?
Yeah, I noticed this data is only current up until 2020. Do we have any sense of what we look like now after the large increase last year?
Yeah, thank you. We've been doing a little bit of work to add that number. So one of the things that is of interest to us as we dug into that, I don't want to spend too much time on it, is we're not exactly sure what per capita number they're using, because we have, and it's listed in the budget book, our own per capita number, which it shows a little bit differently. And so the numbers they're using, as this is an external party, is not immediately clear to us. I think what we have seen is that when we try to build that comparative piece, that we remain in good shape here, and we'll continue to try and grab some of that data and bring that forward even as part of these budget deliberations, because we do think it is a compelling story.
Okay.
What does that all mean in real terms, or as real as we can speak them, is what is this going to cost the average, again, resident per month? I think I want to note most importantly here, and as we have already noted in the budget process, is that normally we would bring, as part of the budget, moderate utility rate changes to council to consider as part of this. We are proposing for council's consideration some fairly significant considerations in how we operate and resource our water and wastewater system. We felt it would be most prudent, because of the significance of that conversation, to remove those from budget and have that as a separate conversation. So first thing in Q1, we'll be bringing forward that report for council's consideration. However, we didn't feel it would be appropriate for council to consider that budget without having at least an idea of what we believe those implications would be. Again, completely at the discretion of council to support those rate changes. But if council was to support those rate changes in conjunction with the proposed tax increase, the impact is about $23 per month for the average household. So we've felt that this in the past has been an easier number for people to kind of contextualize, rather than using broad percentages as part of the budget. So we felt that it would be worthwhile to provide this for council's and the public's consideration. Questions on that? I just want to ensure clarity on the utility piece. I know that that's a little bit unusual, and don't want to leave that with any uncertainty there.
Councillor Federico?
Thanks. This is more for the public knowledge. I mean, obviously, we don't know when we do assessments on houses, we're looking back at 2021 for those numbers, or 2022, sorry. But obviously, we know that there's going to be a shift, and I know Ms. Van Kampema sent out just about assessments and how, a lot of new builds, we don't necessarily have all that information yet. I imagine we're anticipating that number of the average house to rise. And so I was just kind of curious if we have any sort of idea of what we might be looking at going forward.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really important point that when we say the average household in Cochrane, that household doesn't actually exist. It's a representation of the numbers, and people's assessment value is what ultimately drives their individual tax bill. And there's a number of factors that can impact that, including general market realities that dictate the cost of housing up and down. If you've done a major renovation or addition to your home, that obviously impacts your assessment. And so it is quite individualized, and that is an important note, Councillor Fedeko, I think, for people to understand that it doesn't necessarily capture their specific reality. In particular, if something significant has changed in terms of the physical realities in their household. But I don't know, Catherine, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, so the work has not been completed yet, and it won't be until the end of December. But preliminarily, our assessment team is looking at assessed values should be about 12% higher than they were in the previous year.
Thank you for that.
Just a little further on that, that doesn't mean 7.55% plus 12%.
No, it doesn't. In fact, as the general assessed values go up, it doesn't ultimately change the amount of taxes we need to capture.
Yeah.
It just changes how we
Split up
apply
the-
that. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, and I appreciate that clarification, because that always happens, is like, if my assessment's going up and you're doing this, it's a double whammy that you're not telling me about, and so we just continue just to reiterate that that doesn't change how much you pay, per se, it just changes, again, how it's been said over and over again, what portion of the pie you pay. So if your house is suddenly worth $1 million and mine is not, which it won't be, you will pay a greater portion of the pie. But that constant theme, and I think our communications is getting better, just needs to be continued year after year, month after month. Not where my question was going. My question was on, and I was gonna wait till later, but we've led into the service fees. And so, so the water, wastewater, I mean, I would much prefer to be making all of the budget discussions at one time. So what made it impossible for us to get this water, wastewater part of the budget, if not being given as part of the budget process than earlier in the year, so that council had a time to, understand it and then build it into the budget discussions?
Yeah, no, thank you. Certainly impossible is not the word I would describe. It's very possible. And the determination that was made there was ultimately, when there's a significant service level decision to be made, it's preferable for it not to be made in conjunction with budget. If you try to have a whole jumble of really, really impactful decisions, I don't know that puts council in the best position to fully evaluate and understand them all. Preferably, I think you identified this, and certainly my preference would have been, if we wanted to accomplish that prior to the budget, that conversation should have happened previous to this. We didn't achieve that, and so we felt it would be better for that to happen, still independent of the budget, but afterwards. Optimally, excuse me, it would happen just as you described, which is that would happen earlier in the year, and then it would be reflected as part of budget conversations, is how we would typically like to see that happen.
And then, and maybe I'm reading the strategy, they approach this a little bit differently or wrong in our budget process. So traditionally, generally, how I'm used to seeing it in the budget process, when we're looking at service fee increases, usually it's, everything from, whatever fees we might charge, whether they're rec fees or cemetery fees, it goes by as like a percentage, like this is gonna go up 2%, 3%, etc. That's been kind of the traditional method I'm used to seeing it. It looks to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're changing that approach, and we're not building in service fees, we're just lumping it onto the tax side. Is that true, false?
No, if I understand you correctly, I don't think that's accurate, and we certainly will be addressing service fees in general and how they are changing as part of the presentation. So perhaps we could revisit that
Yep.
when but I think the point is well made that, yes, this budget does also contemplate some other service fee adjustments.
Yeah, because I just wasn't seeing it or understanding it as I traditionally do. So I look forward to that update as well.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, at your discretion, I don't know that this may represent a good time for.
10-minute recess.
10-minute recess, thank you.
keys and my laptop.
Perfect. Huge bite. I understand we're live, all right, perfect.
Would you like me to do the talking here for a moment, Mayor, or would that be helpful?
Please.
Thank you. Again, just before we move on, we spent the last several, I guess almost 2 hours, kind of setting the broad context and the big stage for the budget. Before we move to the next stage of the process, are there any questions council would like to explore before we move into a more detailed portion of the presentation?
See a couple. Councilor McFadden?
So I also missed time that took a bite to decide to ask a question, so my apologies. For the water, wastewater update that we were discussing, is there a way we can get that before Christmas?
We certainly can give that some consideration if that was the will of council. The last committee of the whole meeting is, I believe, December 5th, with the last scheduled meeting December 12th. The material's all prepared, and so we can definitely consider moving it forward. We just felt like January was a natural space to have that, but no, I don't, if it was the will of council, we'd be open to that.
Because my current thought process right now is I would much prefer to understand the full impact on the whole budget, because if we're gonna be adding, from the resident's point of view, or anybody's point of view, my point of view, if my taxes are here and my service fees are going up here, that's an all-inclusive increase, and I would much rather, as council, we had that holistic approach to it.
Yep.
So I just want to see what's possible.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned before, that's certainly our preferred approach as well, which is why we felt it was really important to highlight that, so that we were overt in the fact that council, considering the budget, would also be asked to consider this as well. But we'll talk to Drew and his team and clarify that, and we can confirm that tomorrow, what we think the best timing is for that.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor, I like that title. Just a really quick warning, I just need to step out for a call at 11 o'clock or 5 minutes before 11. Not running away or, protest leaving or something like that, but.
You're not leaving because you're offended, not to say that you might not be offended, but that's not the reason that you're leaving. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So now we want to shift gears into reviewing the budget as it's presented in the budget book. We'll go basically in that order and review each of the sections. One small, perhaps augmentation of past processes. Ahead of each of the sections, each of the executive leadership team has prepared an overview of their area to cover some of the broad pieces that you may see there. And then we would go from there through each area where council would have the opportunity to ask specific departmental related questions as we go through. So with that in mind, I will turn it over to Lisa, who is first up as per the order of the budget book, covering council, CAO, and then the org strategy and culture budgets.
Councilor Reid has a quick question for you there.
Yeah,
Mr.
and Mike, just wondering at what point we would discuss the document that we were just handed today. Will that be part of our discussion at some point?
So I don't think thank you. The document Councilor Reid is referring to is the compilation of questions that were asked by council previous to today. So I don't think our intent is to specifically go through that document other than to have council have that information provided. What I would suggest is that if that council took some time to review that and had some follow-up questions based on it, perhaps tomorrow or, in the parking lot, that we can ensure that they're answered. And we're hopeful that some of them are answered as we go through the presentation as well.
If I
Right,
could,
yeah, I found some of these where I answered the questions that I might have had as we gone through this. So, and then that's just a quick cursory read of it, right? But yeah, if that's what you want to proceed. Yeah,
if I could just clarify, that information was sent to council on Thursday, that package.
It's the same one.
It's the same
Councilor Reid,
package,
It's just been.
yes.
Oh, it's just updated.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's just a physical representation of
Okay.
the exact same
Got it.
information. We
Okay.
just thought it would be
Yeah.
helpful for council to have that handy right in front of them to refresh both some of the questions, but most importantly, some of the information administration was able to provide.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Jason.
Ms. Lowe. Yeah.
Councilor Pacheco?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of clarify how you're wanting, like you're wanting to present and then you want us to ask questions. I mean, I will have specific questions about what was there that I'd like taken out, but how would you like us to go about doing that?
Yeah, thank you. I think I was just chatting with the mayor as well about this. Is I think there's a distinction between questions of clarity and understanding, which we want to answer all of those as we go through the process. And then if it turns into a conversation around what I would describe as now council debating part of the budget, I think we want to set that aside until the presentation piece is completed. And that's where we would just note it in the parking lot as something that needs discussion. But as we go through questions of understanding or clarity or in each area or section, we welcome those questions as we go through.
Thank you.
Yeah, so everyone's clear on that? We're gonna go through each, in the order of the budget book.
Yeah.
So first one is going to be council.
Yeah, and perhaps I'll just add, so with the broad overview of each section being presented by the executive team lead on that, we likely won't do much more on each page other than to say, do you have any questions on what's presented here? And then it's really at council's discretion how much time we spend in each of those areas. Some will need some time, some won't, and that will be dictated by council's discourse.
Deputy Mayor?
At what point do we deliberate things? Do we just sit here and collect information for all of today? Or if we have opinions and thoughts, do we share those today or do we wait?
Wait.
Okay.
Is the answer. We're gonna, so if you have something that you wish to debate, that's what we're gonna put in the parking lot.
Okay.
Then we're gonna debate everything as a whole once we've heard everything, because maybe your position might change on something if we change something else.
Okay.
Right?
So when I raise something, I will say I would like to parking lot X.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be very helpful is I have interest in discussing this.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, good. I think now I'll turn it over to Ms. Allman.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. So my section should be pretty quick. It's the organizational strategy and culture section. I did want to make a note administratively how budgets are falling under my portfolio, which includes council budget. So administratively, yours shifted to, I did the inputting of the numbers and I did the action plans, etc. for this year. So I'm going to, when we are in the debate section, really rely on the history in this room. Ms. Lowe has been quite involved in that particular budget as well over the years. So I just wanted to make that as a point of clarity. Officially, what falls under this section is corporate strategy, human resources, intergovernmental relations, and corporate communications. Definitely don't want to repeat everything that I said to you just half an hour ago, so there is some crossover of some of the topics here, but hi, Councillor Wilson. The goal of this department really does focus a lot on your strategic document. So that includes communications, human resources. It's the synergy of pulling everything together. So just as the investment impact, that there was quite a significant investment from council into this particular area of our organization. So some of that investment has been used in terms of cultural renovation underway, which I spoke to a little bit earlier. Towards the middle of 2022, we did a reorganization of the Human Resources Department, and that was really to support the visioning work that was coming. Our communications department, the capital project and infrastructure communication is huge in their world. There's been a renewed focus on public and staff events to drive civic literacy. There will be a drive to drive civic literacy next year. Corporate culture and engagement, and of course the compensation review, which I've touched on already. So, I'm going to refer to my notes over here. What has happened with these departments, the CAO budget is now a standalone budget, so that only includes Mike Dericott's salaries and wages and benefits, as well as anything that he needs to deliver on all aspects of the council strategic plan and vision. There's obviously a significant decrease to this budget because we moved positions out. With that, we moved all the related expenses, conference expenses, things like that have moved out of that budget into other budgets within this portfolio. The organizational, sorry, I just want to not. The organizational strategy and culture is a new budget, so that would be the budget that just has myself and our new corporate strategy officer in there. The purpose of this division is a robust reporting, outcomes, and synergy between the inward-facing departments, which would be human resources and communications, that have such a significant role to play in bringing your strategic plan to life, as well as staff engagement and excitement in being one of the most dynamic municipalities in Canada. Of course, under organizational strategy also is workforce planning, ensuring organizational resilience, and moving our organization from a reactive to a proactive organization. Continuation of the culture renovation, including enhancement and building of intentional and deliberate leadership practices. The intergovernmental relations is also a new budget, so that has been pulled out of the communications budget. That was intentionally done so that we can build a foundation for that department. As with all things that have been organically growing within this organization, things have melted together that maybe shouldn't have been together, so it's really much better reporting to have it separated into communications and intergovernmental relations. So for the 2023 budget, resources were pulled from the CAO budget and the communications budget to build this budget. As I mentioned, this is the foundation to build out this department for years to come. Highlights of this budget will include contract to build out the intergovernmental strategy. So we need to build out a strategy regarding that. Communications, I'll keep repeating myself, but again, we've put the correct positions under the right department now, so that is reflected under the salaries and benefits section. The highlights of the communications budget includes investment in the civic literacy campaign. I want to note here that reliance on this department is increasing exponentially year on year. That's through council priorities and our kind of internal leveling up of communications, both internally and externally, is putting pressure on this department. So creating a standalone budget helps us to create a foundation and analyze proactively how to plan for the future. The Human Resources Department, as I mentioned, went through a major reorganization. The outputs for 2023 included in this division include strong reporting to council and staff with data and return on investments, ROIs, for various sources already implemented and soon to be implemented data points. I'm going to pause because I can see Christmas lights.
Yeah, you're...
I'm good to answer on the fly. That's better
Okay.
while it's in their minds.
All right, okay. Councilor Fideko?
I'm just curious, can we get like a breakdown at some point, obviously not right at this moment, but like when you're talking about, okay, so we've taken people out of this department, moved them into this department, can we actually get that somewhere written as to how many people have come from here to there, where they've actually come from? Because I'm not seeing any numbers, and so like as you're just talking, it's hard to sometimes kind of take those notes as to how many people have moved from this area to build this new section, right? Because we have quite a few new sections. I believe I counted there was 12 new sections, so I'm trying to understand where all these people have come from, if they're brand new or if somebody's transferred over.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fideko, thank you for that. I think all of these questions are answered on the same spreadsheet that I'm envisioning that built out the presentation that I did earlier on the FTEs and etc. And you can actually see the movement on there. So I'm going to work with Kristen during a break here to how can we visually show you that on one sheet and add that to the presentation. So thank you.
Councilor Reid?
Yeah, Lisa, I was just wondering if is it possible to, with each of these, do you call them departments or divisions or?
It depends what you refer to. Human resources would be a department.
Okay, but the contractual general services. I'm just trying to get a breakdown of like, for example, in one of the questions we raised in the intergovernment relations, there was a contract there for 50,000. Is there a way of getting at some point a breakdown of what all those contracted, and I'm assuming in the HR it has to do with the compensation review, but is there a way of getting some kind of feel for what those contracts are?
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor Reid. I'm going to defer to Mike Derricott for this one.
Thank you through Mayor to Councillor Reid. Yeah, Jen, that information is certainly available. We typically have in the past not provided that level of detail, but noted significant changes or significant adjustments to the contracted service space. In some of the areas, it's a lot of different operational elements that go into that space, and so perhaps you could maybe try to articulate a little bit more what your interest is. There may be a better way to answer that question, I guess, is...
I was just thinking if we get to a point in our discussions where we are looking to save some funds, it might be an interesting discussion just to say, okay, well, there's $214,000 in the human resources budget that was contracted for services, and that might be collectively, I recognize that those are small amounts, but collectively it might add up to a percentage or half a percentage increase in terms of the taxes. Again, I don't want to micromanage, that's not our role. Ours is a governance role, but I thought that might be, in the world of trying to look to save some funds, that might be an area we would wish to discuss collectively.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that's very helpful. I think in that context, what I would recommend is that if council felt that they would like to see a reduction of that nature take place, is to identify an amount and then allow administration to go back and make those adjustments. And we'd be very happy to engage in that activity. A lot of them obviously are, I don't even have the specific knowledge of how important they are to the work that's happening. And so I don't think kind of evaluating them at an individual level at this table will provide that kind of value, rather than if council was to have that general interest of a reduction, is to give that direction to administration, allow us to go back, make some adjustments, and come back to council with that work done.
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable with that approach, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, I'm glad we're having this conversation earlier in the process. I also agree, we can go through and ask our questions and get clarity. I am flat out, I'm looking to reduce the tax rate increase by about half. So as we move through here, I'm looking for opportunities to reduce that. I think it's by far more effective for administration to help guide that solution than for council to go through and, look for projects or red flags or whatever. So just if we're gonna start off from there, that's my goal for the end of this, and would ask administration to find those points. That's what success looks like for one of 7 members of council.
If I may just add to that, I think that that's very appropriate, is when we get to the end of the presentation piece, is for council to start with that broad discussion of, hey, where are we at on this? And then administration can begin that work right away to come back with, whatever direction we're provided, adjustments as per that guidance.
All right.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, we're on page 20 to 27 in the budget book, correct?
I don't have my budget book in front of me.
Well, I think the interest will be that once Lisa's made her broad presentation, that will actually go to each page of the budget book and indicate, hey, any questions on this, any questions on this one. So I think we're just having Lisa's broad overview at this point.
Thank you. I think what I just wanted to add to what Councillor McFadden was saying there, what I'm trying to do is identify within my overview, for example, saying that we do have that civic literacy campaign in there, to try to identify there, in the human resources budget, saying, that we are looking at performance management, which has been a topic in council as well, and within our own organisation for a long time now. So we are trying to touch on those high points for sure, so hopefully that helps a little bit. I was very nearly done as I looked down here. So the last one on human resources is of course the modernisation of the compensation package, which we've touched on already, and the early Q1 rollout of the performance management system that is going to be new and exciting, and that would be included in our human resources budget. So that really concludes the overview of the departments that I oversee and the way I'm understanding it. We will step into deliberations when everyone's done their presentations, but is there any high-level questions I can answer for you right now?
Yeah, let's maybe just go through page by page if anybody has any questions on page 20, council budget. Oh, okay. All right, so much going on right now. Yeah. I don't know how long he's gonna be.
Sorry, I'm not taking instruction well.
Surprise.
Okay, so we're going from page 20 to 27. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that is correct, Mayor, but I think we would try to say like, okay, any questions on this, and then finish page 20 completely before we move around, rather than try to
Yep.
jump around.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, on the council budget on page 20, Councilor Federico.
I would just like to parking lot materials, goods, and supplies for further discussion in extreme detail about what's in the materials and goods and supplies for council.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councilor McFadden.
Yeah, sorry, just further to that, like, the council budget is, if ever there was one that was totally council's, it's this piece. So yeah, I would like us to get presented with the costing center summary that council was given last week, I think it was, so that we can discuss that publicly. And then I would request also for the CAO's office, I think if we can demonstrate really responsible finances in our leadership roles, that can hopefully resonate with how we want to approach the rest of our expenses. So I would be asking for the costing center summary for, as Councilor Federico had brought out, for both council and the CAO's office to be parking lot and chatted up later.
Okay, you're skipping ahead a page, but we'll,
Would you like me to do that?
yeah. Anything else on page 20? Council budget? Okay, not seeing any. 22, CAO budget. Councilor McFadden, you've asked for what specifically here?
Sorry, I think I understand the inquiry. There is just some detailed costing on the contracted services and materials, goods, and supplies there.
Yeah, like just the standard costing center summary that we were presented for council, the same for the CAO. And what I do like about this one, this moving to this approach, is that it's just your role. And so we can see it role by role is where I'd really like to see it. So I prefer this layout, but I just want to have those in-depth chats on those two. So thank you.
Councilor Flowers?
Thank you. I'm not sure if I prefer this layout or not. In the past, we never had single salaries on their own, and it seemed to have caused a lot of confusion this year. So I'm not sure if it's a good way to do things or not, but I am anxious to hear what other people say along the way, and hopefully we can sort it out to a point where we understand it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Flowers. We typically try to avoid isolating individual salaries. The CAO position is a little bit unique because my salary is noted publicly in the financial statements every year. And so felt a little bit more comfortable that was in line with general practice there. But typically speaking, and we have noted that there are some areas that we probably need to tweak a little bit with that sensitivity in mind. But the office of the CAO being somewhat unique.
Okay, not seeing anything else on 22. 24. Organizational strategy and culture. Okay, Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, so many things to catch up on. So if I understand, so Yeah, so Lisa, this is your overall big picture, which you just chatted about. I would like to, and you kind of teased us with some of the projects, the performance management that we're looking to do in 2023. We've had some talk amongst council about civic literacy programs. Just perhaps a little bit more of a breakout in particular on some deliverables we're gonna see by the end of the year, if that's possible. And performance metrics is obviously really important to me, having written way too many papers on it.
Okay, that's 24. Moving to communications on 25. Councillor Federico.
Kind of to Councillor McFadden's point, I'd just like to know kind of a little bit more about what some of these projects might entail as we look forward, right? So not necessarily looking to debate, but just so I have clear understanding as to, you know, how those amounts total to some of the projects that might be coming up in 2023.
Some of what amounts?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it'd be, you know, it says increases salary benefits, conferences, mobile communications. I don't even know what that necessarily is. So I don't know if that's projects or it's just cost of running mobile communications. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think this is the point where we would just try to ask some of those questions for clarity. Typically, we try to capture those in the action plans outlined in terms of the broad deliverables that we're expecting to accomplish. And so if there needs to be a little bit more dialogue on something like that, I think now is the appropriate time to ask a question around what you see in the action plans.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know what the action plan is. So I'm just trying to kind of understand, like, you know, we've got developing video communication initiatives, but I don't know what that real plan is, right, to go forward. So it's hard to really ask questions if I don't really know what I'm asking about.
No, I appreciate it. I think that is the question, and I'm saying that's perfectly appropriate, and then we will be happy to share some
Perfect.
information
I
on that.
wasn't sure if you were waiting for me to ask anything more.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. There has to be humor in this somewhere. So what I'm understanding is do you want to know more about the deliverables, Councillor Federico, or do you, okay.
Yeah, more on the deliverables. I mean, obviously, just so we know kind of what's coming up. Like, you've obviously forecasted money within the budget to cover costs or, you know, certain things that are coming forward. I don't know. Like, if somebody asked me and said, hey,
Okay.
what's coming forward, I couldn't tell them, right? I couldn't tell them what that amount of money is going towards. And I would like a general overview in case somebody from the public does ask.
Okay, for sure.
Thank you.
For sure. So we've touched on the civic literacy program quite a bit. So that has been a topic of discussion within council and within our own department of how do we do better in trying to educate the public and helping them understand where their tax dollars go. So there's a big chunk of that. The budget for this year is for contracted service to help with that work. Also, videography is becoming more and more of a thing that we're using more because this is how we engage with the public. Of course, using videographers is more expensive than just producing something in a newspaper, etc. So there's costs involved there. The support of the capital plans, when you're doing the kind of capital work that we are doing with the amount of construction that we're doing, the new buildings that we're doing, there is a lot of work that we need to do videos of to produce robust publications for the public. So that's part of what we are incorporating into that budget. Is this helpful? I want to make sure that I'm on the right track with you. Okay. Okay, I'm just want to turn to the right page here as well.
25.
I think she's referring to her own notes.
I'm referring to my own notes. I've got a couple of budgets that I've got to cover.
I think I can note just like as drawing attention to the action plan, there is the idea of ensuring that we have appropriate resources to connect through public engagement, which includes community events and enhancing the way we do two-way communication. There's obviously a number of ways we accomplish that. And I personally feel that the big one noted here is a revamp of our website, which is long overdue and will really be a huge support to engagement and interaction with the community as some of the key activities there.
And then, Councillor Fideko, you had noted that the change in salaries and benefits, that was moving positions, and I know you're requiring more clarity on that. So the manager of communications position has been put into that portfolio now, as well as a position, an events position that was under the council CAO portfolio is now correctly placed under the communications. So those are the two positions that have moved over into that budget.
Perfect, thanks. It definitely gives me a little bit more knowledge on it. Will the website be updated throughout this year? Is that kind of the goal, that it will be done in 2023?
Sorry, Lisa, you can feel free to add to this as soon, I think, as we can reasonably deliver the outcomes of that project, as in we want to do it well and do it appropriately, we're hopeful to deliver that in the coming year. But Lisa, I don't know if you have anything to augment that, but.
No, I wanted to just add as well, because I think it's important to state around where we are being fiscally responsible. So saying that we are increasing kind of videos and things like that. We're also dropping our publications. You'll notice that we dropped the publication budget amount to offset that. So we are being fiscally prudent in that way of where can we take money from to add to where society is going and needing more funds towards that kind of endeavor.
And I know we do some stuff in-house, but then we also contract out some, I guess, depending on the project.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, communications has long been an area that I'm glad to champion, and I really do like a lot of the action plans, you know, the ongoing public engagement. And for a while, we were doing a really good job of like kind of sticking to that IUP2 layer of understanding how our engagement would fit within that. So I'd like to see that coming back. Community events, two-way communication is, of course, huge for that actual legitimate engagement piece. The updating the website, you know, for sure. I know there's documents on there and I can't find them, so the average citizen's not going to bump across them. And to make sure that website is engaging, some of the, you know, in looking at other municipalities' websites, to be able to have a feature where, you know, report a problem, ask a question, it's just not clear how to engage with our organization at the right level. And even for me, I go for a walk, I see a weed, I want to report it, I have no idea, except for how it through Mike, which probably doesn't benefit his inbox. So all of those pieces are really good. The civic literacy program, we've talked about that. I'm looking forward to seeing that roll out. The videos, those are a really useful tool, and we're doing them really well, and Mr. Mayor, you're doing a great job of, you know, having those conversations, so I certainly support those. I would just kind of like to have an idea of how much that budget is and and seeing how much it's growing and if we need to cap it or some way, but not a big concern for me. My big question on this one is how many staff do we currently have in this? And I know it was on some charts I've seen this morning, but I missed it.
We have 5 staff in that department currently.
In communications currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Including the manager.
So the manager,
Who's the manager?
The manager.
That's Kristen.
Yes, Kristen Heidelberg. And then we have a senior communications advisor, 2 communications advisor, and an events person. And I'm not saying that title correctly. There's a full title there that I'll get you in 1 minute.
but that was former council liaison positions
Correct.
moved into the communications
Correct.
role
So
now.
those are the 5 in that division, yeah.
Perfect. Nope, that was my big question on that page. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flowers?
Just a couple comments. I love the idea of the civil literacy and civic literacy, improving it, because I just keep running into so many people that don't understand how things work, and I think we're pretty good at saying where the taxes are going, but what's in our control and what isn't, and how we can impact through advocacy and whatever the plan is to improve that. I hope that you use all of us to help move that forward and find a way that we can all participate. The other thing is the website. It's so frustrating, the amount of money we've put in that website over the years, and I don't know why we can't get it right. But we need to find one that's really good and just copy it, I think. We struggle with it, and there's so much information, but like you say, it's so hard to find. So I'm looking forward to improving it, and hopefully it'll be good for a few years.
Sounds like administration has flagged it the same way you have, and it will be in the budget if we approve it.
Through the mayor, I just thank you for that, Councillor Flowers. I do at this point want to just note that Councillor McFadden has been instrumental in providing me with information that she's been getting on civic literacy programs that are successful elsewhere, and we are using that information to bring forward stuff to Council as we go through what our plan of action will be, for sure. I just wanted to acknowledge that as well.
I'll just speak to that quickly. So, anyhow, it was a concept that I worked out. I've shared it with council and staff. However it feeded into your processes, I leave that to you.
Okay, moving on. Human Resources 26, page 26. Councillor Wilson?
Just a quick clarity question. I believe I heard our internal compensation review is in one of these numbers on this page. I just wanted to clarify on that, if I heard that right during the presentation.
Sorry, Councillor Wilson, are you referring to the cost of doing the compensation review?
Correct, yes.
That was included in the 2022 budget, so it's paid for already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So that's
it's the
on this-
implementation of it that
Right.
we start to look at,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you for the clarity.
You're welcome.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, on this one, the 2023 budget, we're bumping up 220,000 roughly, if my math holds. How many positions are we adding to this particular department? What's the story here?
No new positions added in this budget at all,
In,
in the 2023 budget.
okay, so then somebody explain the 200,000 for me then. So in budget 2022, it's 831, budget 23.
So
Just over
part of this will manifest, and perhaps Catherine can add to this as well, is when we budgeted for some of the organizational resource implementation in the 2022 budget, it was budgeted in a general place, general revenue, and so some of those budget allocations will be moved. So it's not new budgeted money, but it's new to this budget, as in it was moved now to where that resource was allocated. So there are positions here that weren't before, but it's not additional budget that's being requested.
Okay, so
So there are 2.5 new positions, Lisa, is that correct?
Correct, there's 2.3 new positions within the HR budget that was allocated in 2022. When we did the reorg, we used the money from 2022 to add those positions.
It just wasn't represented in this department at that time.
So this is just one of those examples of shuffling and making those variances hard to see.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. So how many people are in this particular role?
How many people are in this particular department?
Yeah, in this section, I guess what we're calling them nowadays.
We have a manager, we have 3 business partners, we have a payroll supervisor, we have a payroll clerk, we have a health and safety supervisor, a health and safety advisor, we have an admin assistant. 9.
9. But admin assistants are going under a different budget?
Right now.
Not in 2023
Not in
budget.
2023.
Okay,
I would also say that this was, that all of that information as to where the resources exist was on the preliminary presentation, which we will provide to council, so that you'll be able to look and see human resources and see the changes in each department. So we'll ensure that council has that.
cool. And so then how does that information become public? Like, we've been provided this morning with some really great clarity, which I really appreciate. But how does this information become public?
This presentation goes on the website, I believe, Ms. Knight, is that accurate?
It's absolutely public at this point, everything that we shared in this meeting is in the public realm now, and we'll ensure that. I don't necessarily know that we'll be dialoguing at that specific level in terms of a public message, but it will certainly be available should people have interest.
Okay, so if somebody's like, hey, I want to see the spreadsheet that Councillor McFadden was chatting about, they can access that. Okay, all right, okay, so 9 in this section in 2022.
3.
Somebody had to correct me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're good with human resources. Intergovernmental relations. Going once, twice and 3 times. Okay. That's a wrap on that section, I believe.
It is. So then, before we move into the corporate, the detailed corporate service division review, we'll invite Ms. Van Kijpema up to give a general overview of her division.
And I think we'll let you go through your whole presentation, and then we'll get into specific questions now that we kind of understand the
That's
page
what I
by
was
page.
hoping for. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
All right, so this is pages 28 through 36 of your budget book. So corporate services, there's the organization chart of what we look like. We have 2 directors, legislative administrative services, and new director, financial information and technology services. Those are recent addition. I think one's 5 weeks in and one's like, this is week 2. So this is relatively new impact it's having to corporate services. So the impact is what we will be seeing in the investments that you're making in the directors, as well as there's also investments in 2 customer service representatives to man the station, as well as one thing that we are supporting that will help as an investment. We're supporting the hopeful renewal of the CRL, Community Revitalization Levy with the province. Currently, we've had no word back yet. The province is still doing their review. So investments in corporate services. So I struggled about this a little bit because everyone else, not everyone else, but you know, in looking at the strategic plan, we have the different pillars, and I was trying to relate to the pillars, but actually where corporate services relates fundamentally is the foundational pieces of the strategic plan. We actually are the foundation, and we are key to the functionality of all of the other departments and sections and divisions of the corporation. And we have an impact. So an investment in corporate services actually has an amplification because it amplifies the impact across the organization. So our directors, what's the vision for the work that they're going to be doing? They were part of the organizational visioning exercise that was done in May of 2021 and started the implementation in 2022. These are 2 of the almost last directors to be added. And the idea behind them is to allow us to level up in corporate services. And what does leveling up mean in our area? It means making sure that we have a corporate definition. What is administrative services, and what does that look like, and how is that delivered across consistently to our customers and across our organization? So our customers are both internal and external. But also, what is our definition of customer service? So customer service, when we were a town of 5,000, looks a lot different than it does today with a town of 35,000 quickly on its way to 50 and 60,000. So it's important that we are making sure that we're leveling up in those areas by getting clarity and planning for that future. We want to make sure that we're in a position to support across the organization, which the directors allow us to do. And they're the ones who will be focusing on policy framework. So in council strategic plan, we talk about getting a strong financial, fiscal framework, but also a general policy framework. And the directors are the ones who will be doing that work to make sure that we have that structure in place that will support the organization as we move ourselves up larger and larger. They're going to be making sure that they're focusing on systems building instead of dealing with issues, which is what we've been doing right now. A thing pops up and we deal with it. And we haven't been able to get to a place where we're building the systems. And by building systems that proactively address things, make it transparent and clear, and so one can anticipate, it allows you to be way more efficient. You're not efficient if you're running around doing the same thing 10 times because it keeps popping up. Whereas if you took the time to build the system that would address that, you can actually make it so that those 10 things don't pop up because you've already addressed the system. That's the role of the directors. We want to make sure that the directors are positively identifying and pursuing opportunities and building the relationships we need in order to provide corporate services across the organization and to our community. I also see their directors as being our tactical leads. So right now, we have, prior to the directors joining us in the past few weeks, there's been myself as the executive director and then our managers. What's happening is we have sort of 3 levels. We have operational lead, we have a tactical lead, and we have a strategic lead. The managers and I have been mixing up all of those together, and none of us have really been able to focus on the areas that we really should naturally be focusing. My focus should be in strategic leadership. Now I see with the director level that they would be the tactical and the project leads, which allows the managers to be the operational leads. They're the ones who are able to support and make sure that the frontline services are being delivered. We want to make sure that the directors as tactical leads are able to collaborate and support across the organization, and that's what I meant by tactical leads. So then the next points are the addition of the 2 customer service representatives at the station. So we currently have 2 customer service representatives here at the Ranch House. They report into the Financial Services Department. We've added this year 2 CSRs for the station. With the idea of administrative services was part of the organizational visioning, where we saw right now administrative services has grown as the organization has grown, and their work is directed and envisioned and delivered at the direction of the individual departments, which was fine when we were little. But as we've gotten bigger, we have some disparity and there's no consistency. So the vision is to bring the customer service representatives and administrative services under one umbrella so we can have some bench strength. And one of the early things with bench strength, by having 2 CSRs at the station and 2 at the Ranch House, but not assigning them permanently to any particular location, rather having them rotate between the 2 locations, that allows for cross-training. So if we have, for example, a leave of absence, or then we have someone in the rear bench who we can bring in and redeploy them. And that's the vision for administrative services as well. So this is the early work for the directors. And then the other point I already mentioned was supporting the CRL renewal with the province for the next 10 years. So let me speak a little bit about how does our budget deliver on council's strategic plan. And as I said before, I don't have any pillars that I can directly speak to. My focus is going to be on how does corporate services support the foundational aspects of council's strategic plan. So organizational resiliency, we are key to organizational resiliency. One of the things to be aware of is when you're looking at organizational resiliency, one of our purposes is to support the organization to foster its own resiliency. So we're the ones who actually are able to provide the support that other departments need to continue to do the work that they're doing. We do this by providing financial capacity. We make sure we have proper and robust policies and procedures so that departments have council's direction on how they should proceed. We look after the area of risk management. We're also in the IT resource and systems so that departments have those to be able to do their work. Ensuring that we have the assessors that are needed to prepare accurate and defensible assessments to support the tax revenue that's needed in order to deliver the services that we provide as a corporation or as an organization. And we also make sure that we have legislative compliance. There are many outside pieces of legislation that we have to make sure as an organization we comply with. Otherwise, that does undermine our resiliency. So something else that we support in the foundational area is financial environmental stewardship. One would make sense that financial services would support this area, but there's also other areas that support this. Policy framework allows us to have financial stewardship as well as environmental stewardship. Again, accurate assessments, We want to make sure we're meeting our legal requirements and reporting, and as well as our financial responsibilities and reporting in that area. We provide reliable and secure equipment, systems, and data to make sure that people have the information and the tools they need to do the work so that they can provide the stewardship in these areas. And we also provide assistance and support for future planning. We're the ones quite often who will drive the thinking. We are the ones who drive the 10-year financial planning and to be able to forecast where we think we're going to be. We're the keepers of the data that people will have the history in order to use that in order to forecast the future, in order to make their decisions on how to best move forward in their areas. Something else we support is the built environment. Not quite as strongly as the other ones, but we still do that. We support the built environment by costing, by tracking and ensuring the assets that we use, and forecasting and projecting the needs and planning for those needs into the future. Another aspect is intentional relationships, and this is actually quite a large one for corporate services because everything we do is built on building those relationships. I keep saying to my managers, to me, corporate services, the key word in corporate services is service. So yes, we require people to comply, and we're sort of considered to be the police people of the organization, but a big part is we are to provide services and to support. And so we can't do that unless we're building these intentional relationships that allow us to actually provide service and support. It's an important area for our directors to tackle. So I've already tasked them with their first task is start building those relationships, start building understanding. And this is especially important as we centralize administrative services as part of our corporate visioning. It's actually a collaborative effort, and it's not a we're going to do this. It's going out there, building those relationships and that understanding. So that's kind of my overview of the corporate services area. And so if you don't mind, ahead of questions, I'm going to head back over to my mic where I have all of my support information.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I think we'll start on page, what are we, 28? That's the general overview page, and then 29 is corporate services. Okay, Councillor Flowers?
Not sure what page I'm talking about, but I liked most of what you said. There was a lot of big words there, but I'm still trying to analyze it all. My question was around the leveling up of the administrative assistants. Are we moving away from having specific skills in different areas to sort of general people that bounce around? Because I just believe strongly that there's different skills needed in FCSS than there is in legislative services.
Yeah, definitely. So it's early days, and that's sort of what I was speaking to, is that right now we're building those relationships, we're building understanding in what's happening in different departments and how they do things and what their needs are. And then that will allow us to make some decisions on what does a centralized administrative and customer services look like, and how is best to deliver that. It doesn't mean that we're going to pull everybody out of where they're working and stick them in a room and have a typing pool and it's all going to look exactly the same. It's actually going to continue to meet the needs of the specific departments in which the admin support services are provided. But there will be some consistency across the organization that there may or may not be right now. And mostly I see that in making sure that we have a clear definition of what does administrative support services look like? What are things that fall within those basket of responsibilities and what are things that don't?
Okay, good to hear. I know we moved away from or moved to the point where admin assistants could answer questions for all departments. They're sort of cross-training, which I think is great. I just don't want to lose the value in some of the specialty places where they are so valued, and the boots on the ground do make a big difference.
Definitely. Thank you, Councillor Flowers. We were not aiming to lose any ability. We were actually looking to get some cross-training in there so that we do have a little bit more nimbleness and flexibility and consistency.
Okay. Councillor Federico?
Can you maybe just give a little bit more overview to the other expenditures? I know that it does say over in the explanation just about, including, contributions to the infrastructure gap, but I'm just wondering if you can kind of break that down a little bit more as to what that number reflects?
So other, on
Other.
page 29?
Yes.
Other expenditures, the 926?
Yeah, it went from 3 million going down to 9, and then eventually it rises back up to 2.7. I just think that those numbers are a huge variance for anybody looking at it, that they might wonder what's happening there.
Yeah, so included in other expenditures are the contributions to the capital reserves, as well as what we call slippage. And so when you're hiring, you have to budget for positions for the whole year. However, we know that you're not always able to hire positions and have them January 1st for everything, or you may have positions that become vacant during the year and there's a period of time that you're not paying that compensation. And so we don't know where that's going to happen. So what we do is in this department, we budget for an amount of slippage to offset the costs of salaries, wages, and benefits. So that's what's showing up in those years. I think what you're finding is, I'm just looking for, capital contributions are going up. It's going up $600,000 in 2023 for the infrastructure gap reserve contribution. And then it's going up by $300,000 in each of 24 and 25. Just try to see what else is going on here. And then I'd have to look into what, if you want more details as to what the other things are in there, I can certainly get that information for you.
That's the biggest piece, though, is the capital contributions.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And we did have a bit of a strategy we were following a couple of years back to, and that's that infrastructure gap we're talking about. We had a policy to put into that reserve each year and build upon that X percentage. And that's what you're seeing in the other expenditures.
Yeah, we're trying to get back to what the vision originally was, because we have not been meeting that vision.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that in reference to Councillor Nagel from last tax year where he wanted to take $600,000 out of that reserve? Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're good? Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I had it on mine as well. So that variance of like 3.3 million down to 900,000 was part of that, but you're also forecasting minimal slippage in HR slippage in 2023. Is that what I heard as well?
No, so we are forecasting $300,000 in slippage for 2023.
Okay.
So that reduces expenditures?
Okay, yep. Okay, I get it now. And then, so then on the revenue side, okay, so revenue, so this year, like last year, we estimated just over 300,000, 3.2 this year, but we're seeing it dramatically drop in 24. And I know this is the 23 budget, but it's an interesting variance of $1 million. I was just wondering why.
Are you on the other line in revenue,
Yeah.
Councillor McFadden, on page 29?
Yeah.
So you're referring to the 3.2 dropping to 2.3, going to 2.5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other revenue in this department, it includes draws from the operating reserve, depending on what's happening and what's needed from the operating reserve. So in 2023, we're proposing to draw from reserves from the tax stabilization reserve to offset general inflationary impacts on the budget. We're also proposing to draw from the operating reserves to continue to help implement the org visioning, the positions that didn't get hired in 22 that are spilling into 23. So that's included in 2023. You're finding that those same things do not reoccur in 24 and 25, so it's year specific as to what's happening in that. And that's why there's fluctuations in the other revenue.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, thanks for the context and deepening my understanding there. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and kudos that we're forecasting our cost per capita in 2 years to only be an extra $3. I like those type of numbers.
Okay, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. That was most of my questions here. I just had two clarity ones in the action plan. I see the term intergenerational equity. I'm just curious, does that just mean future financial prudence, or is there something else included in that new term that keeps popping up?
Yeah, intergenerational equity is making sure that you're not mortgaging today your children's future tomorrow. So basically, when you're making decisions and you're implementing programs, making sure you're taking into consideration the impact it will have on the financial abilities of the future.
Thank you. And then one other.
I think, sorry, if I just may add to that, Councillor Wilson, I do think it is largely financial, but I think the other part of it would be the environmental realities as well, as we think that there's generational considerations that we need to make now to ensure that we're passing a healthy future, both financially and environmentally, to the next generation.
Okay, thank you. And then another clarity piece on cost per capita down at the bottom. I guess it's just a general every section question. Does that take into consideration expected growth in population when or is it just the current population?
So what we've done is we've taken, I believe it's 2020 is the last time, or 21, the province of Alberta gave us Cochrane's population. And then what we've done is we bumped that by a percentage every year and then use that estimated population for each of those years to determine what the per capita cost is.
Thank you. And is that is that the same percentage year after year, or is that more complicated than that?
No, it's the same percentage year over year because it's a crystal ball exercise.
Yeah, of course. Is that 3% or what is that? Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reid?
Yeah, not directly related to this department, but overall, I thought last year we were talking about putting some funds aside for what was an asset management system. And did that occur in last year's budget? And which department does that fall into now?
That would be under engineering and asset management. So that's
Right.
coming up when we get to Mr. Heinman's area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're good on page 29. Finance and Information Services, page 32.
I think that's mostly just a summary page that,
Oh, excellent.
yeah, so.
Page 33 then.
No.
32?
Yeah, 32 is
That's where I was
the
on.
section.
My apologies, I thought you had referenced 31.
Page 32. Councillor Federico.
Again, can you tell me who's actually in this department? Is this one person? Is it 2 people? Is it 10 people? I
It's
have
the
no idea.
director.
Just the director?
Yep.
Thank you.
That was my question too.
Okay, we're good on 32. 33, Assessment and Taxation. All right, Financial Services, 34. 35. Page 34.
Page 33.
3.
I know that it says that this, the seniors tax rebate budget has been, oh, it's been moved to the FCSS. Okay, never mind, I'll ask that when I get to that portion.
Okay. Any other questions up to page 36? Seeing none, Ledge and Admin Services. Page 38. Councillor McFadden, do you want to know how many people are in this department?
Yeah, we could just assume that's Tara's question for any answer. So I assume this is just the director? Thank you.
So on page 39, that's just the director. That's the regular administrative services section. And then moving on to page 40 for legislative services, there are 8 FTEs.
Thank you for
Getting
that
the
segue.
vibe.
On page 40, just wanted to maybe highlight the FOIP area here. This has obviously been an increase in requests and more attention from our community on this particular exercise, I'll call it. This is where we're budgeting accordingly to fill that gap. Is that?
It's
good?
not just necessarily filling the gap, it's also providing training across the organization for FOIP, as well as supporting the responses that are required from this area. This department is responsible for meeting the, answering all the FOIP requests that have been increasing quite a bit over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, not to get it, I didn't mean to say that there has been personnel added, but you're adding capacity here to adjust accordingly to the increase in FOIP requests.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Counselor Fedeko.
For the contracted and general services on that same page, is the 97,200, is that anticipated because it's an election year?
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
All right. Council, we're good to go to we're past page 40?
Thank you. That's
Derricott?
moving to another executive director. So we have a decision to make, Mayor, in terms of probably being able to hear Ms. Lowe's overview, but then would break for lunch, or breaking a little bit early for lunch and doing that together after. I don't know, Stacy, if you have any particular preference there.
Let's hear your overview and then we'll break, I think.
Perfect. Thank you.
Please and thank you.
Hello, good morning still, I guess it is. So my portfolio encompasses protective and community services. So included in that area is community services side is community connectivity, FCSS, Parks and Open Spaces, and Ranch House Event Center, Community Events and Culture, and obviously the COLT and multi-mobility portfolio is also in there. Under the protective services side, it is fire services, municipal enforcement, RCMP, and emergency management. So I thought it was important to reflect back on, as a result of the implementation of the Director of Community Services, some of the things that we have been able to achieve throughout this current year. So the creation of the Civic Plaza Art Task Force, creation of that task force, they've held their first inaugural meeting, and then issuance of the call for the Plaza Art submissions, the age-friendly Cochrane Initiative, the Bike Cochrane Trail Stewardship Program was something that started in the operations section when Ms. Almond was an acting director in that area. However, implementation and the ongoing oversight of that project and that partnership with that group and has resulted, I believe, in the success that we're seeing being achieved through that partnership. Obviously, recently presented to council the Cochrane-Rockaview County Recreation Cost Sharing Agreement. Having Mr. Ham here in place allows for that capacity for myself to step up into those more strategic partnership conversations. The community liaison for diversity and inclusion portfolio, that position is currently being recruited, and I do believe it should be in place depending on the incumbent before the end of this year. Support for the Great Trail Project, that is being represented by Mr. Ham. Arbor Day and the School Tree Planting Day, I think that was an opportunity that presented itself with the presentation that came forward from that classroom. Without the additional resources in that area, that would not have been something that could have very easily been supported or partnered on. We now have in place a manager of parks, which has given us the opportunity to challenge some of the status quo that exists in that area a little bit more comprehensively, given that she is able to evaluate the day-to-day operations with Mr. Ham looking more at that strategic level with her alongside. The active transportation grant application, we have successfully achieved the planning grant, but of course the capital project grant, that's still, we're still looking at awaiting confirmation on whether or not that's successful. But the ability to apply for those types of opportunities and the ability to implement them can only occur when we have capacity. I think council will remember us standing at the podium this time last year saying, you know, there are opportunities that are being missed because of capacity challenges. These are the types of things where we're seeing these opportunities present themselves and we're actually able to pursue those. Implementation of the cemetery master plan, we have undergone a bit of a review of that master plan that exists. I think you will see reflected in the budget the ongoing or the operationalization of that implementation. While a really great plan and a really great document, unfortunately it was not operationalized in as effective way as we believe that it should have been, and was not prioritized in a budgeting context as a result of the gaps in that area in leadership. So you will see that reflected in the 2023 budget. And then direct engagement with community associations and community partners, that's ongoing. And you'll see that reflected, I believe, as we go through some of the action plan highlights for each of the sections. So similar to Ms. Vankam-Pima, the action plans, while very easily can be attributed to pillars throughout the strategic plan document, primarily obviously in community and protective services, it is mostly that livability. There is some built environment connection, connectivity, open spaces and parks. I think those go without saying. But when we look at the foundational principles of the strategic plan, a lot of the action plans that are contained within the budget document are directly related to that. These are not all of them as I go through, but they are some that are important to highlight. So the Fire Services Master Plan was a capital project that was supported by Council in 2022. Its completion and implementation will occur in 2023. That will allow us to plan for the future of what that service should look like going forward, giving context to what the current operational reality is for the service, what the growth in the community is, type of development, type of call, planning for future stations if that's something that's required. So we're going to see that completed and start the implementation of that. Obviously, that plan will come to council for endorsement, and then what that implementation strategy will look like will also come. You will see that in this current budget, there are no asks for additional resources in fire services, and it is because I believe that we need a master plan looked at from that bigger picture to determine where we're going as a service in our community and what the community needs, and then plan for that transition over time. Additionally, you've heard through the last couple budget cycles about the Solicitor General's changes to the Peace Officer program. We are continuing to transition our staff through that. We have one level 2 peace officer remaining that is aggressively pursuing that transition. And so what happens is the Solicitor General is eliminating the level 2s. They will transition to a level 1, but there's a training and testing requirement for that. We believe that emergency management is something that we have experienced a significant demand on over the last couple of years, and ensuring that we have an organization that's able to respond and be resilient in that response is something that we take very seriously given the experience over the last little bit. We know that what significant weather events are going to continue to occur, and certainly the context of pandemics and how that can impact a community is something that we think that we need to make sure that we're taking care and consideration for, and have the existing training within our staff to support the ECC and those operational response requirements. From a continuation of work and that type of perspective, we have a lot of new people joining our organization through transition, retirement, and departures, as well as new additional positions. And we want to make sure that we have that basic emergency training level. We have planned and held 2 exercises this year, and it's identified some of the areas where we know that we need to focus on. And then obviously the reinvigoration of the Community Services Department, which I anticipate we'll get into discussing a little bit more in the details. From a financial and environmental stewardship, ongoing review and assessment of both COLT and the connection with the local regional COLT service. We know that this has been a challenging time for people wanting to access COLT. We are seeing significant demand increases, and that is something that Mr. Ham and the new incumbent into the connectivity advisor will be looking at on what that service looks like going forward. Film-friendly Cochrane is something that the Ranch House Event Center is looking at. We know that there's significant interest in our community. It is an opportunity for an economic driver as well as revenue generation. We've talked at length previously about the seniors tax rebate program. That is something that we'll be looking at from a comprehensive level to determine the intent behind that program, whether or not the program is meeting current needs and or if there is some minor adjustments and or significant overhaul of that program and what that looks like going forward. That obviously would come to council for any kind of decision making, but these are just some highlights of what the teams are going to be working on and what will be reflected in their individual budgets. Ongoing community partner support. We have proposed inside of the Community Services Division a recreation agency matching grant. This is our approach to dipping our toe back into the water on the recreation side, outside of obviously our partnership and ownership of Spray Lakes Family Sports Center. So what this program is suggesting is there's a $10,000 ask included within the community services budget. It would be a matching grant project that would be on a pilot project basis. $1,000 per association is kind of what we're thinking. We quite frankly haven't fleshed it all out, wanted to see through the budget process if there is support from council, and then a policy would come forward to council for consideration. So we've not gotten into policy development at this point, but we see it as an opportunity to really support those organizations in our community that have filled the gap of recreation where the municipality has been quite silent in some of those areas. And then a parks infrastructure program. This is looking at proactively reviewing and ensuring that we have a replacement program for our parks and play structures, ensuring that we are actually adequately considering on an ongoing basis what those budget impacts are going to be in the long term, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we have any given fiscal year and there are 3 or 4 parks or play structures or playgrounds that are required to be replaced, because the cost of doing so obviously is increasing, and it's a much more of a highs and lows of a budget, where what we would like to see is that that's an ongoing cycle. From a built environment, multimodal mobility, we know as our community grows, so too are the opportunities to have multimodal connections, and so too is the community's desire for these types of services. So wanting to continue to make sure that we are building a community that allows for multimodal mobility, that makes that easy for people to get about in our community, regardless of how they are doing so, whether that's by car, vehicle, or other mobility device. It ties in somewhat with the Age-Friendly Cochrane initiative. There is a resource ask in the budget to support the Age-Friendly Cochrane implementation, as we indicated when we brought that resolution for support to council earlier this year, that any additional resources would be brought as part of the budget for your consideration. So certainly when we get into the individual departmental sections under FCSS, we can have that conversation there if there's any questions. The cemetery master plan I've already spoken about, but it is about making sure that we have a cemetery that is prepared and able for residents of our community to make sure that there's a place for them to go and remember their loved ones. We are at a stage where we are going to be running out of available plot space if we aren't making an investment in that area. Trail stewardship I talked about. And then a community housing program. And this is really look at researching housing models, frameworks and approaches and best practices to inform an affordable housing program. That affordable housing program was referenced in the 2020 housing needs assessment, and this is taking a step to look to progress that work. And then intentional relationships. So as I said, the diversity and inclusion position is being recruited right now. So building out that portfolio and how we interact in those spaces as an organization with the community groups and stakeholders when it comes to diversity and inclusion perspective. Community partner support, that includes our ongoing relationship with SLS FSC, library, community groups such as Active Vets and CASE. I already touched on the recreation agency matching grant proposal that we're suggesting. Obviously, we're going to continue to monitor the ongoing conversations provincially around policing and AHS and EMS support, and then make sure that the information is being considered in the context of what it means for Cochrane, what it means for those services, and what it means for our financial viability in some of those areas. And then Indigenous Placemaking Center support. I had the double asterisk there because that came to council last night. Wasn't sure what the outcome of that discussion was going to be, but it is worth noting that currently it is incorporated into the budget at the full 32,000 for the 3 years. So obviously in 2024 and 2025, there would be a reduction as recommended and resolved by council last evening. So that is it for my high-level overview, unless council has any specific questions on that right now, then I can certainly
We just heard lunch go by.
provide. You're correct.
Councillor Flowers, you have a
So
high-level question?
I do have several questions, but you're gonna be going in depth into each one of those areas?
After lunch,
After
we'll
lunch.
go page by page.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Or we could do that.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a brief presentation from Spray Lakes as well, just to kind of capture the status of that likely we could, you know, you think 5 minutes? It would be within the pre-lunch period. That may be nice to accomplish.
So I'm going to hand the baton to Ms. Van Pima as she worked directly with SLS this year to develop this and bring it forward.
And let's resist the urge to go into questions about that, and we'll save those for after lunch.
Yeah, so the purpose behind bringing this right now is that that does fall in those pages
Yeah.
in the budget book.
Partners.
So I thought I'd give this introductory information, and then we can ponder it over lunch and come back with our questions. All right.
Sounds great.
So I wanted to thank Ms. Erin Wagner for this PowerPoint presentation. She's put her trust in me to try and relay the information that she's given to me in regards to the ask from Spray Lakes Recreation Center. So here's an overview for you to give a comparison to the 22, 23, 24, 25 budget. So there was a funding request that's different than the amount that's in your book. So it's important to note that Spray Lakes provided us with their funding request. Administration, just as we do with all of our departments, we receive the initial request, we take a look at it, give it some consideration, and so administration with Cochrane reduced what we put forward in the budget book by $200,000 from what the original ask was. One of the things to note is that, yes, the operating request is going down. So in 2022, it was 1.7, it's 1.4 in 23, 1.2, and 1.1. What you're seeing, the increase is being driven by the capital request. So in the past few years, we have not been providing the capital requested amount at the level that the Morrison-Hirschfield study had recommended be done. And so they've now, as they're reducing the operating request, they're increasing the capital request. So that's what's driving most of the increase. To give you some information on sort of some key performance indicators, they're finding they have bounced back from COVID tremendously, especially in the areas of memberships. So they're finding that they are finding some key performance indicators that revenue is increasing quite a bit more than they originally thought, mostly driven by membership. Cost recovery percentage is actually better. And you'll see that on the next slide in comparison to other recreation facilities. Their cost recovery percentages are quite high. And that was a quick rebound. So some of the key budget assumptions was growth. So quite a bit more growth in memberships and program growth because people are having a renewed appreciation for the health and wellness and shared social experience that they can experience at a recreation facilities, especially after sort of a pent-up demand after being cooped up due to COVID. And they're finding that COVID closures were a non-factor when they were putting together the budget. What reality happens, we don't know, but that was the premise. And that our economy continued strengthened in demand for memberships and programs. People are looking for value for their dollar. And that's what they're seeing, is that there's actually a higher demand for higher quality services. And that they're also, with staffing, they're making sure that they have a model that's in place that scales it to meet the program needs and not just having staff there doing nothing. They bring staff on in order to meet the demands. They have not had a wage increase since 2019, so this budget proposes a 2.5% COLA increase for their staff. So here's the one I was telling you about the cost recovery. So they have an 84% cost recovery for our facility here in Cochrane. And they are actually a top percentile performer if you take a look at the different facilities that are in place. So their deficit's 1.2. You'll see that the YMCA in Calgary has an 87% cost recovery, but their deficit is 7.7. So I mean, it's all relative. So that gives you a little bit of perspective on what the comparisons are. Oh yeah, and just to mention that there hasn't been an update because it's been COVID years, 2020, 2021, wouldn't give us actual good information in comparison of cost recovery because everyone had different access to government support grants during that period of time. So that's why it hasn't been updated. 2022 would sort of be the first year where we've had a year that has had us out from underneath COVID for most of the year. So that would be updated when we get the 22 numbers. So membership trends, before COVID hit, they had a membership high of 6,300 and change. They're now at 7,700. So as you can see, memberships had a big drop during the COVID years and then have now rebounded up higher than they were before. Membership packages have increased 6% year over year. So the different lines represent different years and what that looks like during the year. So red being 2020, green being 2021, and then giving you some comparison as to the budget numbers. So the top three lines are the 23, 24, and 25 projected budget amounts for membership packages. To give you a split, what does revenue look like in 2023? 36% from memberships and 25% from facility rentals. Pretty close, a little bit of shift in comparison to what the historical amounts were. And revenue trending by type. As you can see, the red is the memberships, that's increasing. We also see a slight increase in program revenue, whereas your facility rentals are staying fairly consistent, which makes sense because your facility is only of a certain size. And there's programs that are, and facility rentals, there's prime space and prime times. And it's hard to increase your revenue from facility rentals outside of the prime times unless you create more space, which is not happening. So expense trending, 64% of budget is for salaries, wages, and benefits. And then the rest of it splits down into utilities and operating expenses. They are seeing a fair increase in utility costs, which the town is also experiencing. And given the facilities, they do have a big draw on especially electricity as well as heating. So. Expense trends by type. That kind of breaks things down. You can see salaries, wages, and benefits have a slow increase over time, with the rest of them being fairly consistent. And what are their capital requirements? So that other stuff was operating and now moving into capital. So as I had said, the 2022 budget amount for capital was $729,000. And they're looking to significantly increase that in each of 23, 24, and 25, which is in line with us postponing capital during the lean years and now moving into catching up on some of that work. So that's kind of the broad strokes for Spray Lakes as a presentation. And I'm sure that we'll take questions when we get to that section in the book, or is there questions on the overview right now?
High level?
Yeah, high level. Is this the rec center and the old arena, or just the rec center?
It is all of Spray Lakes Family Sports Center. So the arenas, the pool, the curling rink, the whole facility.
And it does include Cochrane Arena as well.
And the Cochrane Arena.
Yep, that was my question.
Yep.
I will say that we will make this presentation available on the portal for council as well so that you can review it later if you have interest.
Councillor Flowers?
Just a comment, no questions at this point, but in case they're watching, what a great news story. I'm really happy to hear the numbers, and 84% cost recovery is for a pool is unheard of.
It's the whole facility
It is,
in whole, yeah.
I think the pool costs the most.
Yeah, it certainly does.
And I just think they've done an excellent job. I don't think government could do such a good job. of keeping the costs down and producing such an awesome place for people to go. I know the mayor's been sitting on it since Councillor Reed resigned from their board, but this is just a really good news story. Thank you.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
I think that's a good place to break for lunch. Come back at 1. We're working from a 24-hour clock that says it's midnight now, so let's take a break till 1 a.m. All right, welcome back. All right, we're in the Protective and Community Services Division. I just would note, as we embark in our afternoon, that we'll conclude today's session at 4. We're as close to as we can, just so everybody knows. I think Mr. Yericott talked about 5 this morning. We'll just set the record straight now that we'll.
I accept the wisdom of counsel on this.
4 p.m. We could go to 5 if everybody likes, but I won't be here. I'm just teasing. And the other is that as we cycle through divisions, I would note that the directors are present for questions of, or I don't know what your intent is there, but I just wanted council to be aware that the directors are present for the discussion on each division.
Yeah, thank you. Certainly we feel it's appropriate, helpful for them to be here and observe the discourse. Likely the questions will mostly still be answered through the executive team lead, but obviously good to have them here observing the process. And a lot of the work that you're seeing is their work. So.
Yeah. Okay. So we are going to page, 42? Yeah? Council, any questions on protective and community services? Yeah, page 42. Councilor Padeco?
I'd like to parking lot, the director for protective services, please. We can have further discussion about that.
Okay. What page is that specifically?
It would be under page 63.
Oh, okay. Okay, so 63, when we get there, we're gonna park that one. Councilor Flowers, question on page 42?
I'm not sure which page, so I just didn't want to miss the opportunity, but just wondering about an update about fire and RCMP and what the changes are going to look like in the near future. What page would that come out?
So the first section of this budget goes through community services first. And then certainly when we get to the fire section, if there's specific questions, Councilor Flowers, it might come to light through that information, or I can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I'll wait then, thanks.
Councilor Wilson?
I'm not sure what order or page we're on, so I'm just throwing this one out there. I think I asked this last year too, but since the position hadn't been hired, I was hoping for an update on the community liaison for diversity and inclusion position, just a general scope of what their work will be. I don't know if that's a parking lot item or something to ask right now.
Well, that's a position that was highlighted last budget. I think we heard in the presentation this morning that is planned to be hired this year still, correct?
Yeah, that position is currently being recruited for. You may note that Director Ham is not able to be with us at this point when we're going through it, specifically because we are involved in interviews as we speak.
Okay.
If you're looking for specific information on what the role will include, is that what you're looking for, Councilor Wilson?
Yes, please, even if you just had a general now or when we go to the parking lot items, just a general description of what the role entails.
I can certainly provide that now. It's prudent. It is under the community services section. So that position is seen as acting as a resource and liaison between community groups and stakeholders, along as that conduit with the municipality to facilitate community diversity and inclusion. This is not seen as a social project, more as a community development initiative. So engaging with those community groups and service providers to advance Cochrane's community diversity with the interest and the goal of enhancing the overall sense of belonging and inclusion in our community for everyone. The intention will be that they will create and foster community inclusivity through outreach and facilitation between interest groups and stakeholders, attend community-based committee meetings, research emerging trends, community opportunities that could benefit the ongoing development of diversity and inclusion in the community overall, and help create best practices to mobilize and amplify the efforts of those community groups. They will provide insight and recommendations to the Director of Community Services on development of community spaces from a community diversity and inclusion lens. So when we are looking at developing parks, playgrounds, gathering spaces, they will help provide that lens in that area. And obviously give consideration to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, just at a high level. I'm not sure if there's more specific questions you might have.
No, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Federico.
I have a question pertaining to that position as well. What's been the delay in having that person hired? Just because that's the only one position that I actually remember us having robust conversation about and actually putting in the budget. I'm just curious as to why they haven't been already hired.
Absolutely. It's a relevant concern of council that took as long as it did. Fundamentally, it was the absence of a parks manager. So when the director was hired, quite frankly, Mr. Ham was operating more or almost primarily as the manager of parks. There was a lot of work to be done there. There were some personnel matters that needed attention. That did take up a lot of time. And then we had to develop the program and the portfolio, specifically the job description for this position, and really wrap our head around what the intention was, given that this was that community development initiative more than that social development side. So where you might very easily find an equity and inclusion job description out there for something that might fall within FCSS, this is a little bit different. So we wanted to make sure that we were very thoughtful and intentional about the development of the job description. And then there's also a staging and phasing. So I think overall, the Human Resources Department has recruited probably pushing 50 positions, maybe higher, with turnover, new positions, and retirements. So it was just a matter, of course, of the things that were going on operationally.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the update.
Do I dare move to page 43? Page 44? 5, 6. Councillor Flowers?
Just wondering about the new parks manager. I know they're in place. Is there going to be an opportunity for us to meet the person and ask questions directly?
Absolutely, yeah. We're very excited about the addition and the things that we're seeing already with that team.
It's great hearing all the high-level stuff from you guys, but it's also nice to meet the new people. There's been so many changes.
For sure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flowers. Good on 45, 46 FCSS. Councillor McFadden?
Sorry, page 45, I had my traditional question mark. So how many people are in this community services, page 45?
Let me just confirm. So this section includes the, and I'm hoping that Ms. Allman will correct me if I'm wrong, but this page includes the director, the proposed manager of community services, and the admin assistant. And, oh, I'm sorry, yes, and the, how could I forget, we just talked about it, the diversity and inclusion liaison. Is connectivity in there as well? Holy cow. Yes. And the community connectivity liaison. So that position oversees and helps with the day-to-day operation of COLT and the multimodal.
5 by my count. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Flowers?
Looking at the FCSS budget, is there a spot where it tells us how much is going to the new seniors?
Tax.
No, the other one, where we're going to look at seniors' issues in the community.
Yes, I'm not, the age-friendly community
Age-friendly.
initiative is actually on page 50, and that's under senior support.
I missed that, sorry.
Councillor Flowers, that's twice you've left us ahead.
I'm having trouble seeing. Thank you.
Counselor Federico?
Speaking of Colt, I actually don't know if it's actually on page 45, but when will we be anticipating an update of what is going on with that service? I know that we've obviously lost some people that were in that department and people are transitioning in, but it's probably one of the biggest places of contention that I've heard from a lot of residents is that they want improved service and they're looking towards us as to when we can provide that.
Absolutely. We had hoped that there would have been a presentation to council prior to year end. I am still hopeful that that might be able to happen, but it is quite likely it's going to be in January, just simply from a capacity perspective for the director, given the absence of the liaison in that position. So we do expect that the hiring of the replacement will allow some more a fresh lens, I would suggest, as well as that's part of the justification for the manager of community services is to have that management level of oversight on the day-to-day decisions that are being made and partnerships that are being made with that service. You'll recall that earlier this year we did bring a report to council that suggested that at some point we may need to transition to whether that's a hybrid of a fixed route and on-demand system. That is something that Mr. Ham is wanting to dive a bit deeper in, as well as myself. So we will be pulling that apart and all the information apart and putting it back together in a way that helps to answer some of those community concerns and brings it forward to council for consideration, probably in the new year, I would suggest.
So obviously, if we wanted to look at whatever, if there were enhancements to be made, and if that was the will of council, obviously, it could be addressed maybe in spring budget adjustment, if that was the case?
That would be the intention, yes, that it would come ahead of that, and it would either be a spring budget adjustment and or any kind of adjustment to the service would be allocated for within the service itself in the existing budget. But any decision like that we will bring before the spring budget adjustment discussion so that that can be considered at that time if there is an impact.
Perfect, thank you.
Are you on FCSS? On page 56?
I don't know what page it is, but we're talking about.
Let's flip ahead to 56.
So is there any new money in the budget for Colt, or are we just waiting till spring to look at it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Is there any dollars put in here to improve Colt yet, or are we just waiting till spring?
There is no significant changes to the service proposed or the budget for Colt at this time until the director and I have an opportunity to investigate the service as it exists currently.
I just think we've known for quite some time that there's a lot of problems there and we need to be doing something. I'd like to see some dollars put aside for the improvements when we figure out what that's going to be so that we're not starting at zero. It is a big problem and it's one of the best things we put in place, but it's also one of the things that's struggling the most.
I would agree that there's been challenges, absolutely. One of the challenges we know that we're experiencing is the driver shortage. That continues to be something that we are working with our contractor to give consideration to. The other thing that we will need to be planning for, which to date has not, which is why I'm suggesting that there will be a comprehensive report brought forward in the future, is the fact that right now our contractor is subsidizing the service by approximately $300,000 a year. And so that's something that at some point we're going to have to look at what that cost of that service is and how it's deployed. So without having the opportunity to have really dug into that service, I think it would be premature, but obviously at council's discretion, we're open to that conversation.
It's a scary number because we know that we're going to have to do something different, so we don't know what that looks like, and that'll impact next year's budget a lot.
So what I'm hearing is a review is going to happen. Report will come back to council.
Correct.
That review will outline potential changes and also identify the cost of those potential changes.
And funding strategy.
Right now, we don't know what we would be budgeting for.
That's correct.
So further to Councillor Fadeko's comments that would likely happen in the spring prior to spring budget adjustments where we could actually allocate and direct funds to something that you've already outlined.
Absolutely. Anything that would come forward to council for significant changes to the service, the long-term viability of the service, whether that's replacement of the buses or looking at the service provider would be part of that, and a funding strategy will be included.
Okay. Does that give you some clarity, Councillor Flowers? I mean, I think we're all hearing the same thing, but until we know what it is we want to identify and how much it is to fix it, to just arbitrarily pick a number, is what I'm hearing administration say. We don't know what number to put, but I'm hearing that the discussion will happen in the spring, and then a number will be identified, and hopefully there'll be enough in that adjustment period or a strategy on how to pay for it at that time.
Absolutely.
Not that nothing's happening.
Correct.
Yeah. Yep, okay. Councillor Reid, I was waiting for your light to flash.
Since we've jumped to page 56, I'll ask my cold questions, and so I appreciate some of this. So my recollection was that that we weren't going to be subsidizing Colt up to $1 million, which is kind of what we're at right now.
Correct.
And if I understood you correctly, then that the service provider is actually losing money on it as well. So, you know, they just to recognize that, well, there is certainly an appetite for additional services for Colt. It actually is, it comes at a great expense, and I'm too looking forward to that review. But I hope the public recognize it is already costing the community, the taxpayers, at least $1 million, just under $1 million. And then that is also then being subsidized by our service provider, which I don't think, in my recollection of looking at the original documents, it was anywhere near what we had projected in terms of Colt when it first started.
Yeah, so I think a reflection back on what we had anticipated will be part of that review. What I would want to clarify is that while, yes, there is the current contract provider is subsidizing, there was an incentive for them to do so, which was the fact that they were displaying that they could get into the on-demand market. So they saw the value, the equitable value in that for themselves. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily losing money. What I would suggest is they're absorbing costs. But again, without diving a little bit deeper into that in a fulsome way, I wouldn't be able to say for sure. But yeah, absolutely, that review will need to look at what did we anticipate, what did we say we were going to be able to achieve now that we've been operating in an environment that is not COVID, and we are seeing demand increase. That's part of the current challenge, is the demand for the service is actually higher than what we're able to respond to, primarily because of the driver shortage, or certainly exacerbated by that. But without looking into that, I wouldn't be able to get into all of the specifics, but I agree with you. We did anticipate that there would not be a subsidization by the municipality, certainly until we hit a certain threshold.
And if I could just ask two supplemental questions then. When does a contract service provider, when does that contract be renewed?
I would have to look into that and get that information back to you.
Because I suspect they'll want an increase in that. And what is $1 million in terms of the tax rate? What does that mean for a taxpayer? What percentage of a tax increase is that?
Just under 3%.
So the community is subsidizing Colt by 3% of a tax increase to $1 million. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Thanks. So I certainly hear what Councillor Flowers is saying, and certainly a lot of the feedback I saw and heard was like frustration with Colt and an expectation that we improve that service. And I certainly hear and understand that until we can actually get the information in order for us to make an informed choice about how to improve that, we need that report. But if we don't have something set aside, we're not going to be able to act on that report, is my concern. Is that, Councillor Flowers, kind of where you're at? So that would be, I think, one of my challenges to administration is, help us to be able to answer that, because to get into the first quarter and have, here's a possible solution, but not have a way to activate it, is just going to frustrate the community all around.
I think
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, my apologies for cutting you off there. I think the thing to remember is that this is also a user system, so there may be a model that reflects the fact that the user pay model, so whether or not the fee structure is appropriate as well is something that has to be considered. And what is available out for existing transportation grants, we know that the province is looking at a lot of that. So what available grant funding is there? Have we utilized all of our grant funding appropriately? The entire program needs to be reviewed, and it needs to be reviewed at that strategic level. And so I think that's what I'm trying to have council hear, is that we need to take the system, look at what we're offering currently, what the demand is, what we're charging for it, and how we've planned for its viability going forward. At this point, I don't know that that's been done in a comprehensive enough way.
Might I also, if I may also suggest that this may be something that council considers when they allocate the projected surplus for the coming year, that may be an opportunity to address this question as well. Independent of that, there's opportunities to consider our operational reserves for starting a program or funding a program as well. We would be happy to, as Stacy suggested, whatever recommendations come, that we would also have a requisite funding program as to how we would implement that process.
Okay, yeah, that response is reassuring, and I certainly hear Ursula's point that, we have to do the research and do a really good analysis, which I think was always one of the, promises to the community, that we were going to go ahead with this model, and I think we've seen some great innovative success, but we need to sit down and do some key learnings and adapt.
Exactly.
But I just want to make sure that we have the tools to adapt this year. So I think we've heard each other well.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Councilor Federico?
One last question. In this review, I imagine it would look at whether or not we're on the right path of who we have hired to administer the system versus looking at in-house possibilities or anything like that, not to obviously put that out there.
Absolutely. And whether or not there's opportunities for partnerships or what that might look like going forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, should we go back to page 46? And we're not going to land on 56 again. We're gonna skip that one. FCSS, affordable housing, 47. Councillor Flowers?
Just wondering if there's any word of any projects coming forward. We've been doing this 5 years now and we haven't had a request, and I know the need for affordable housing hasn't gone away.
So I do believe that's part of that action plan that you'll see as part of that housing needs assessment, and starting to look at implementing that. I think we've seen a bit of a flat line from a project's perspective due to COVID, changeover in the staffing that was there with the retirement. So I would expect to see some more active projects and reports coming to council in the next coming years.
Okay, 48, sorry, community support programs.
I do just want to point out that this budget on page 48 is where the property tax rebate program is reflected, previously budgeted for at $50,000 and has been increased to $100,000.
Thank you for that. Family Resource Network, 49. $50. Senior support, Councillor Federico.
I was just curious if you could kind of lay out the steps. I know that I'm sure that the contracted and general services of going from 3,300 to 789 has to do with the implementation of the age-friendly community. I was just kind of wondering if you could lay out what those steps kind of look like, or what the community might expect to see.
So the significant amount there is exactly that. It's contracting a resource to actually prepare that to come back to council on what next steps will be, and a bit of a time frame on what that will look like and how that will be integrated into our community planning.
Councillor Flowers.
This is my chance to ask about the Cochrane Age Friendly Program. What specifically are they looking for, and what's the plan?
So just to reiterate, so the budget in there is included for a contracted resource, and then that person will design what the time frame and the plan will look like, and that will come back to council for an update.
Thank you.
Parks and open spaces, 51. 53, cemetery. 54, Ranch House Event Center, Councillor Reid.
So the ranch house is not to be a profit center, as I understand it correctly?
So the ranch house is a complicated facility because
enough.
there are spaces that are used by administration. So I think it's important to remember that while there is a component of the building that does generate revenue, the facility as a whole would not necessarily be revenue positive because there are a significant amount of spaces that are utilized by administration. So we are seeing an increase in bookings, and the intent for moving forward into 23 is to continue to increase that revenue from the bookings. Right now, we're primarily seeing an increase in weddings, likely due to pauses from COVID, but certainly wanting to increase that corporate revenue for use of the spaces.
Yeah, well, I wasn't trying to be facetious. I was just wondering if there's some way of being able to recognize that there are capital, or there are other tenants, if you will, that is a town staff, using that facility, and I don't know if there's some way of accounting that. The other question I had was, in terms of the revenue, it looks like it actually drops. I was wondering if that the pre-bookings for weddings next year are, we've seen the kind of pandemic bust kind of be over with? Am I reading that correct?
No, so the revenue decrease is a result of interdepartmental charges. So we used to charge ourselves for the administrative space to reflect somewhat of what you were speaking to earlier, the fact that there are spaces that are occupied by administration.
Right.
So there used to be an interdepartmental transfer. So it was a cost to one department and a transfer to the ranch house as revenue. The other thing that you're seeing is the decrease in revenue from the expiration of the play school lease.
Right, okay, perfect, thank you.
Was that an exercise of red tape reduction, would you say?
Absolutely.
Yeah. To stop yeah, okay. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, so just a flip of the coin on that same one. The net cost has gone up, and I just wanted to get clarity on that too.
So net cost would go up because your revenue is decreasing. So the cost of the space doesn't change overall, other than the increases that we're experiencing as a result of inflationary impacts to contracts and the cost of running the facility itself. But with a decrease in revenue, your net cost of operating the facility will increase.
Right, okay, thank you.
So those interdepartmental charges would be reflected in other areas of the budget for a decrease in their
operating expenses, correct.
Councillor Flowers?
Just curious about some of the revenues that we don't hear too much about, like the vaccine rollout and the film-friendly part that we talk about here. Are they money makers, and is it part of the budget, or is it gravy when we do that?
No, when we know what the facility is going to be used for, so it's easy to project, obviously, weddings because they are booked significantly in advance normally, but the manager of the ranch house and director have taken into consideration what the ongoing revenue is, and that projection is based on that. So it includes all revenue and all bookings.
So do we know if we're going to keep doing the vaccines here, or?
I'm not certain if they booked into 2023 or not, but certainly the facility is open and welcoming for any type of use like that. I think it has been an asset for the community to be able to provide that service in Cochrane, and we have seen a significant uptake and lots of traffic from that. So if the AHS is still wanting to book here, then absolutely we would continue. We do also see the Canadian Red Cross uses the facility on a regular basis as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Badeko?
Yeah, when it comes to the community grant program, I believe we're going on per capita now, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we anticipate that, I know that there's some conversation in the background that probably still needs to happen on events overall, especially as we kind of look at that recreation branch. Are we anticipating any change to that program at all as we move forward?
So I wouldn't expect a change that would impact budget, certainly in 2023, but how those are facilitated and what the municipality's involvement may change. But at this point, we've held that budget as it stands, with the understanding that any changes to how we manage through that would need to be done within that budget profile, unless of course there was something that came up that council wished to support. But at this point, we've held that and just increased based on the per capita as per council's policy.
And we don't have that breakdown of where that money, because I know at one point we used to have like the breakdown of the groups, right? But we're not going that way anymore. It's just more of a lump sum kind of built in. Or it's, I don't see a page in the budget that reflects that unless I'm missing it.
We can certainly provide that information to council.
Okay, that would be great, thank you.
So you want to see that list? Okay. Parking lot item?
Yeah.
All right, no lights. Okay. Community connectivity, I think we talked about Colt. Oh, Councillor Reed, please.
Yeah, one more question about it. So I thought the original, again, just going back there, I thought the original intent was to try to bring that service closer to user pay. I'm just wondering, as part of the review, will there be a review of rates as it relates to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Fideko.
Not about Colt. Last question that I had, and actually is, I brought it up at lunch, is about the clubhouse and about what programming is happening there. And I know that there was a bit of a lull, obviously, when it came to COVID, but I was wondering if we could get an update, just more or less on what is actually happening within that space.
Yeah, so we actually are undertaking a business plan right now for that space. So the director and manager of the ranch house have a draft business plan in place for how that space can be used and how to amplify its opportunity as a community asset. I have provided some feedback. They will be taking that feedback back and doing some amendments, and then any changes to how that space is used or what the ongoing and forward-looking business plan and model for that facility will be brought back to council.
And are we hoping that there's an added to a revenue stream for that?
Yeah, so I think it's twofold. It's a unique space. It does have some limitations, but yes, it's about how do we look at what the revenue is that's being generated from that, and also how do we make sure that it's being used. It is an asset that we have struggled with how to facilitate its use and still maintain, from whether that's cleaning, opening, closing, because it's not staffed full-time. And so that's all part of that business plan review, is how do we increase its availability and increase the revenue that it's generating.
Councillor Flowers?
Just one last comment about Colt. I remember it differently than Councillor Reed. We talked about how transit never pays for itself, and it's a service to the community. It's something like pools, that you do the best you can to bring in as much revenue as possible, but the rewards are priceless.
Okay, little stepping into the debate section. Could keep those kind of comments to later. 56, gone. Community partners. Community grants on page 59. Library 60, oh, sorry, Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, so just for clarification, so the strategy we're using here is that these identified partners would just receive their funding on a per capita. This isn't going to be debated per organization again?
That's correct. That's in accordance with council's approved policy.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
To take a moment to bring up the page 59 matching grant pilot project that's supposed to come back to council for further consideration. Is there any update to talk about there right now, or when we might hear back about that? It's something that I'm proud of the way we're attacking it, but I don't feel like we've really brought our community grant matching program into sharp focus, of course. So I just wondering if there's any updates on that.
Yeah, so that's, as I discussed earlier, or presented earlier, the intention would be that if council supports the concept with the inclusion of that funding in the budget, then we will develop the pilot project policy. That policy would be brought back to council prior to any implementation.
Okay, great, thank you. It's one of many things that I think got interrupted by COVID and we were steaming ahead with just before. So just looking for an update and look forward to that. Thank you.
Councillor Nagel.
I just want to parking lot the library budget with relation to the increase that is responsible for the removal of fines and dues.
Okay.
I would clarify that while the library did request a significant increase, administration reduced that to our per capita basis. So what is reflected in this budget is not reflective of the budget that they submitted or the request that they put forward.
Still want to park it?
What's the difference between the requested?
So actually on page 60, Councillor Nagel, in the budget variance highlights, it indicates on the second last sentence that the application of the per capita principle results in about $30,000 less than what they'd asked in 23, 12,000 in 24, and then 5,000 more in 25.
Okay, perfect. 30,000 is actually, I think the fees and fines was 32,000, so 30,000.
It's pretty close.
Okay.
Okay, not a parking lot item. Okay. Councillor Reid?
Just library, just the first time I recognized that they get about half the amount of money that we do provided to Spray Lakes, and I thought that was kind of an interesting analysis. Just a comment.
Yep. Okay. Library, Spray Lakes Family Sports Center. Councillor Federico?
Like Councillor Flowers said earlier, it's a good news story to see kind of where they've come from. When they talked about their big capital items, roofs, cooling towers, lighting, turfs, that number continued to kind of go up on the capital side. Are we anticipating by 2025 that a lot of those big ticket items may be complete and then anticipate a bit of a drop off going into 2026, or then do we end up in a whole other problem that then we're having another conversation about either doing other capital projects or replacing things?
To Councillor Federico, I don't have that information beyond 25. I don't know, perhaps if Mr. Derricott or Mayor Janung have more information with them sitting on the board.
Yeah, thank you. I think that that's partially correct, Councillor Federico. I think the intention is to stabilize the capital requests, and rather than it being project driven, that it's more asset value driven. If you remember from the presentation, it noted, I believe, that we're approaching 1.5% of asset value in terms of the annual capital. And so the intent, I think, is to move more towards a targeted amount of asset value as the capital contribution. And so I think we'll likely see incremental increases until they settle on what is felt to be the appropriate number. The industry standard is anywhere from 2 to 3% for assets of this type, and so you're just contributing that amount rather than it being a project base, and then they are managing that resource and funding projects appropriately. I don't know, Mayor, if you have anything to add to that, but
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that we would see it go down. Just as Mr. Derricott has suggested, I think there was more of an act of smoothing the budget so that it was a consistent ask rather than spiked by projects or a roof. And then the hope is to have a reserve, a capital reserve, so that if there was a catastrophic failure of something, it wouldn't be a handout or a hand up to the town or Rocky View County to help facilitate that. Not saying that that wouldn't happen, but the hope was to plan and finance so that they were in a position to be able to fund upcoming capital needs. Yeah, I think that would be where I would caption that one. Councillor McFadden?
Dang it. Page 60, right? So I got in the middle of multitasking.
61.
Yes. I did want to actually extend my kudos to the Spray Lakes Recreation Board. They've done an excellent job, and this report tonight, staff, thank you for working with them. Really, demonstrates the turnaround there and how they're dealing with it. And anyway, I just wanted to recognize and applaud the work they're doing and appreciate any work you've done there to help that as well. My question then is just some clarity on the interest charges on long-term debt. That's debt of the Spray Lake Sawmills Family Sports Center that we're supporting?
That's old debt. One portion of it's for the field house. The other one is for the Cochrane Arena work that was done a few decades ago. The field house debt is completed in 2023, and that's why you see a drop off between 23 and 24.
Okay, yeah, because I just wanted to, I still have the occasional conversation with folks that are like, we paid off the pool yet or the expansion yet. And I just wanted to be clear that that is not this.
There was no debt taken for the pool, or it was a very short-term debt. So it's not impacting taxes at all
Yeah,
in
no, I
these
just wanted to
budgets.
take that opportunity to be clear of which debt this was. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I had a couple questions that were generated from Catherine's pre-lunch presentation on Spray Lakes. One was an operating question. It was noticeable that when we were talking about the operating revenue, the one place that wasn't increasing, in fact, it looked like it might be decreasing in coming years, was the drop in revenue. I don't know if maybe the mayor, being a board member, would be better to speak to that, but is that a conscious decision to try and focus more on memberships at the facility, or?
My understanding is that it's a capacity issue. So as you only have so much capacity to be able to take in people, and as memberships are growing, which is sort of your confirmed revenue source, so obviously that would be sort of a preference as far as revenue goes, then it limits the capacity that's available for drop-in. And I think that that's what's impacted the revenue projections in those areas.
There's also been a shift in how they collect memberships. The family membership, I think, is taking over a piece of the pie chart from what we saw in the users and where the revenue's coming from, that the family pass is really replacing some of the drop-ins.
Yeah, I think just to add to what I think both the mayor and Catherine have already suggested is some of the increase in membership is expected to mean less drop-ins as people buy a membership rather than dropping in addition to some of the capacity related pieces.
Okay, thank you. Just another fun fact, Ed note fact, I was surprised if it isn't a typo on the one slide there, that the square footage of our facility is larger than any of the other facilities that we were comparing it to, even the ones that have double the amount of people. That's amazing. That is correct? Okay. I guess it's just the way that the building's built, and we're already at max capacity, it sounds like. That was just surprising, two facts. Max capacity, half the amount of users as other buildings of similar size.
I don't know if they're at max capacity. The challenge is that during peak times, they're at max capacity.
I would echo that comment. We're reaching capacity levels at times. I mean, early in the morning, I think you could fire a cannon down the hallway and not hit a person. But then there's been discussion at the board level of how to utilize, for example, ice. If it's been used as one user group uses the entire sheet, maybe there's opportunity to split it in half and then double, just way things are being used. Needs to be examined, I guess, but that work's underway.
Fair, thank you for that. And my last one was on the capital side of it. Obviously, there was a huge increase in our capital funding request, and that was due to the report that I missed the name of the report, but there was a capital report that came through that caused us to greatly increase our capital funding. Is that correct?
Councillor Reid may be a better recaller of the year, but I believe it was about 3 or 4 years ago, Morrison Hirschfield, 4 years ago, did an analysis of the facility itself and projected out, just as any condo development would have a study come in and do a projection on what the capital needs will be and the timing of those. That's the report, and that's the one that's being used by the board to drive what the capital needs are. There were quite a few capital projects that did not happen when they were recommended happen because we had put a hold on or really reduced capital funding in the last few years. And so they're starting to return back to that, and that's the study that's being referred to.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I suppose on the final comment on the political side of things, this is something that through our Rocky View group, we're obviously communicating that we've increased our capital funding to this level due to this report, and that obviously as a shared facility, this is something that our neighbors are well aware of, I assume by now, even though there's no news on that if I remember from recent months. Yes, okay. Okay, well, very, very interesting, thank you. It's funny, the numbers seem to stay the same even though they shift from operational well reduced to capital well increased, and so you get to the same final number, but it does sound like we're doing the responsible thing planning wise there, and thank you.
If I could add to that, Councillor Wilson, I think the slide that Catherine had before with the operational ask and how that's dropped, I think we're actually getting to a point where we're funding appropriately the capital side of things, which I think we haven't been for quite some time. So I think this has been a concern of mine for 20 years as a on and off board member there, that we were always funding the operations, or finding a way to fund the operations, but the capital was always kind of left for, especially since it was such a new building, kind of left for other years. Well, these are the other years. And yeah, I think it's just appropriate that we fund that capital side to the right level, instead of having an emergency one day where we have to replace something that we didn't fund for.
And so perhaps, if my light's still on here, perhaps just as a communication piece, just for our entire group, whatever we come to as a final number for this budget, that's an excellent example of, this is a very responsible number we've come up with here, where we could have shorted the capital here to make ourselves look better, and this is just, as you said, 20 years in the making of being more responsible with our reporting, and is worth noting in the number of the budget that we've built these sort of things in. So
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, good on the rec center. Moving into protective services. Emergency, 63, that was your parked item from before? Okay. Can't believe I remembered that. 64. Emergency management. Always one we don't ever want to use, but we've used a lot in the last couple of years. Thankful for all of the work and budgets from previous years for those plans and how we actioned them. Fire services. Councillor Reid?
Just to say that I had a couple questions in that area, and I appreciated, I'm assuming Stacy, your report in terms of that summary. It answered all my questions, and I'm content with where we're at here.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Reid. Municipal enforcement. 67. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. From our page 62, which is just the overview page, it looks like municipal enforcement increases 20% between 2022 and 25. And when we go to the details of the page, it looks like it's essentially all in salaries and benefits. I assume that means we're adding members. I didn't see that in the action plan description, so I just wanted to check in on that number.
Yeah, so in 2022, we, with the increased calls for service and expectations of the community, we advanced a 2023 add of a peace officer into 2022, thanks to the contribution commitment that council made. So we were able to add a peace officer in late 2022. That position is just coming on now. The reflection is also as a result of that transition that I spoke of earlier from peace officer level 2s to level 1s as a result of the Solicitor General requirements.
Thank you.
Councillor Padeco.
I know that I was asked just about the hours, and I think I did ask Ms. Lowe at one point about what hours our peace officers work. Is there any conversation as to tweaking those hours, or just based on, when incidences are happening or occurring, or perhaps revamping that program without necessarily adding more bodies, or maybe we do need to add more bodies as well?
It is something that is consistently under review by myself and Manager Borsos about how we most effectively use those resources for the community. We have a number of thoughts on how we can. I think part of the challenge that we've been faced with is ensuring that they aren't working alone, and remembering that what their role is very different than the RCMP from a criminal enforcement perspective. But it is something that is consistently under review. They do work I say 7 to 7, but it's a 7:30 to 7 something, because they work a 4-on, 4-off shift model. So currently we have essentially 2 platoons that swap off with a bit of a crossover. So we know that that program is something that the community relies upon, and it is something that we are consistently looking at on how we can ensure that we've got coverage. We did see some challenges. Certainly this year, we had a long-term vacancy as a result of a long-term leave, but that position has now also been filled permanently. So I think the opportunity to look at how we're allocating those resources and what that looks like for the long term is something that Mr. Borsos and I will be looking at.
And I know we've had the conversation before about, you know, red light cams or things like that. Just, is there still investigation into more revenue, like finding more revenue streams in different ways, maybe that, especially with some of the traffic issues that we see currently?
Yeah, so one of the things that is in the action plan is the implementation of a traffic safety program. So looking at what that could look like for the community. We know that people's patience and frustration when behind the wheel has changed, certainly over the last few years. It is something that we consistently look at. Red light camera enforcement, while it is a revenue stream, it is something that is highly legislated by the province. So we would have to go through that process to look at whether or not we wanted that implemented. The first step in looking at what our traffic safety is that implementation of that global traffic safety program and how we can achieve the outcomes we're looking for. We know that penalization doesn't change behavior. So while you may get a ticket, it's not going to change whether or not you're necessarily going to speed or run a red light in any given context. So how do we change that behavior? And one of the things that we're looking at is how do we have better community outreach? Is there opportunities for community ambassadors in 24 and 25 once they are into the new facility? Do we look at whether or not there's opportunity to bring on summer programs that can increase that type of community outreach? But right now it was about getting peace officers' positions filled and then look at what that program can look like going forward. The other challenge we have with revenues is that as we increase our revenues, it seems annually the province decides they're taking a greater share. So it is a challenge that we are seeing. I would suggest the other challenge that we're seeing right now is that the province is struggling with court processes. So one of the first things that they will dismiss are the lower risk infractions. So if we can see the court process change with the implementation of the e-ticketing and some of the initiatives that they were going to originally implement in 2022, we may see a greater increase in that revenue side as well.
Thank you. Very detailed.
Councillor McFadden?
Nope,
Good?
I think so, I don't remember.
All right, I'll give you another moment to think about it. Councillor Wilson?
I've got an obscure question on, I'm not sure if this is a revenue question. I believe it's a net revenue question, but we were talking about the possibility of adding decibel reading devices to better and effectively target noise bylaw violations, so the cars without muffler problems that this council is very used to. Lots of emails about that kind of thing. Is that on the minds of our municipal enforcement team, or is that more an RCMP issue?
No, it is something that Mr. Borsos and I talk about quite frequently. We know that Calgary has started the process of implementing. What we're waiting to see is whether or not they're actually seeing success. So once a ticket is issued, whether or not they're seeing that ticket held up in the court system. We continue, both municipal enforcement and RCMP, to enforce under the Traffic Safety Act. So they are able to write tickets with respect to modified mufflers. Generally speaking, they will pull the vehicle over if there's another infraction, and that will be a subsequent infraction that's added to the ticket. It's a little less likely to be thrown out in the courts if there's other infractions involved. But the challenge, quite honestly, is the provincial system on whether or not they're going to support or will support the enforcement of that section of the Traffic Safety Act.
Thank you. Do we already have the devices that are required to hand out tickets for that? I was reading an article that Red Deer's made this a priority, and they've invested in, I think they're $5,000 a unit to be able to enforce these. Is that a problem here, or is it?
So what Red Deer and Calgary have done is they have adopted a municipal bylaw that says that a vehicle can't be over a certain decibel limit. And so they're enforcing that under a bylaw as opposed to a provincial legislation. The challenge becomes that in enforcing a bylaw ticket, it transitions to provincial offense. And so you're still arguing the applicability of the bylaw, the way in which the decibel was recorded, and any other exacerbating factors that could have impacted the recording of that decibel. And that's what we're monitoring to see whether or not those bylaws are actually going to be upheld.
Thank you. I didn't mean to weigh us down with that, but I thought it might be a budget item because it was an investment for potentially that equipment.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councillor McFadden,
I
the light bulb went
remember.
off again?
It totally went off. It was an amazing moment. I apologize. I've actually lost track. How many peace officers do we have nowadays?
Oh dear. My ability to count staff in the last question that you asked me that was difficult, so I'm just going to really quickly make sure that I'm not saying it incorrectly. So right now there's a manager, an admin assistant, and 7 peace officers, with the addition that was pulled forward from 2023 being added in 2022.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Somebody had asked me that a little while ago, and I had to give a best guess, and I was wrong. So thank you.
7. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Yep, 7.
Councillor Reid.
Just light bulb went off over here and whew.
8.
Remind me, are those peace officers responsible for going around new construction sites and seeing if there is garbage or contractors are abusing their kind of privileges in terms of that building period?
Yeah, so I should correct myself, there's 8. And one of the 8 is the development compliance officer. So that position was added by council, I believe, in 2020. Certainly they do enforce those types of concerns and complaints quite actively, but they are balanced and weighed against other calls for service. So as I indicated, we've had a long-term vacancy, so that primary focus has probably shifted a little bit throughout 2022, I would suggest, unless there's complaints. So we do encourage the community when there are concerns to call, because that's when they know that there is a concern, with only 4 on at a time at most, and that's when we have all positions filled and everyone on shift. It's difficult for them to be everywhere and see everything, so we do still primarily enforce on complaint, but yes, absolutely.
Yeah, actually, my question was is that what the position, or is that the area where we hired to that position, and the rationale was that? But you answered it, thank you. It killed it.
Okay, that's a good place to stop on municipal enforcement then. RCMP 23. You guys. I'm just trying to lighten the mood over here. No one's biting. Okay. Let's move on then. Yeah, we're out of that section then, aren't we? Okay. Mr. Derricott, is this where you introduce another?
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lowe's team has been reviewed, and now we will shift to Mr. Heinman's group and start with that broad overview and then move into the detailed review there. So Mr. Heinman has approached the podium.
Yeah.
Reaches for the button, the microphone is on.
All right, good afternoon, council, or mayor and council. Just wanted to do a brief overview of development and infrastructure services, but I'd be remiss if I didn't try in, as being the last person today, to try and tie in different elements from my different colleagues who've spoken about both organizational resiliency, the strategic plan, the importance of culture. So I'll be touching on all these points throughout my presentation, as they're very important parts of our department as well. On this slide, one of the things that, and before I proceed, as we get into the budget book, I'll be happy to look at the individual number of staff and clarify that. And there may be some questions related between the budget details between the 23 budget and or 22 budget and the 23. So I'll be happy to do that as well. In terms of the organization, of course it's in your budget book, but I wanted to take an opportunity to just reflect on this. as I have had the privilege and benefit of getting 3 directors through the reorganization. The directors, Ms. Dela Cruz, Mr. Hubble, and Mr. Corman, have been instrumental in the success of reinforcing organizational resiliency in the path forward for us. A portion of what their focus has also been very intentional relationships, and when we were preparing this budget, really the focus was our strategic plan and how we operationalize that strategic plan. All of these individuals are great leaders. They've been working on system building in their individual sections, and we've really set a solid foundation for the future. I think we're scratching the surface. Using some language from your strategic plan, they've all set a higher bar for Cochrane moving forward. So we're very proud about the results to date, but as we move forward, we've got more to achieve. And the other portion that I wanted to just highlight here as well that I'm very proud of these 3 individuals and our team is their focus on ensuring there's a robust culture, and a number of the elements that Ms. Almond spoke about today, and reinforcing those as we proceed and build our organization. In terms of the investment impact and some of the things that we've done, looking back to the strategic plan, obviously this talks about the built environment. There's a number of different projects. I'm not going to go one by one through all of them, but we're very proud of the work that our respective teams have been working on. One of the elements that I'd like to link to this is also financial and environmental stewardship. Doing significant plans like this and significant investments in our community, I think it also speaks to the dedication of our staff with respect to financial stewardship of the budgets for these different projects, and obviously intentional relationships. To achieve this and complete all these projects, working with contractors, working with people within the community takes a dedication and intentional relationships, and really are driving Council's 5 community aspirations. One item that I'd like to also point out is the importance of the opportunity for us to report back to Council on all this work, and our commitment to keeping not only you, but the community up to date on this work to date. When we go into engineering and asset management, and this is Ms. Dela Cruz's area, lots of great work coming up next year. We've got capital projects, so there's $27 million in capital projects. We're trying to have a more robust project management and delivery system, so you'll see a significant investment. There is a dedicated resource within the budget for that. We are continuing to advance asset management as well, and leverage our relationships with industry partners. We're really leveling up and setting a high bar for the future of Cochrane, utilizing your strategic plan, and having that shared language, which I think the aspirations for the community are critical. In terms of planning and development services, some of the action plan items is complete the growth study. This is something you'll see early in January. In 2023, we'll also be working on the municipal development plan. So that is really building on the work that you as council have done. Not only the community vision that you did during your last term, but now building upon it and having the community aspirations that are within the strategic plan. So you can see the building and setting that solid foundation for us to not only build our organization, but also our community from, and really aspire to build a complete community. In terms of the QMP, that's our quality management plan with our safety codes. I've spoken to you about our safety code section in the past. A significant revenue driver for our organization, and another great team within our administration. And then, of course, with the station, as well as business and economic development, we're going to continue to support entrepreneurship, innovation, and enable a vibrant local economy. Operations. So operations, again, some of the unsung heroes of our community as they go out and do the things that people only comment, and I believe Mr. Derricott commented on this earlier this morning. They do a lot of the work that people only notice when things aren't going right, okay? And you know, they're always out there in a snowstorm, maintaining our roads, doing a lot of important things. But you know, Shane Hubble has been a great addition to our team. He's delivering the annual works programs for the operations department, consistently reviewing that. We've talked earlier today about presenting updated water and wastewater service levels and rates. So that's going to be in 2023 or January 2023. So happy to answer some more questions about that. And then the regular operational review of different practices and just make sure that we have the resources. This is about organizational resiliency, that we not only have the resources to support our current needs, but also the future community needs. So this is just a high-level overview. We're not jumping into service fees. But if you want to refer to your books, we'll be going page 71 to 95 and look forward to jumping into the details with you. And happy to answer any questions. I'll just get back to my seat.
Thank you, Mr. Heineman. Councillor Reid, you have a question on page 72?
Actually, I wanted to make a comment overall in terms of the process, because I'm afraid that I either will not remember it, I pull a Tara and forget it, but I wanted to, just in terms of the parking lot and process, in terms of how we might make this process better, I really appreciate how each of the, are your titles managing directors or?
Executive director.
Executive directors, yes.
Executive directors, sorry. Executive directors have done that kind of introduction, and I really appreciate how Drew brought that home. We both tied his own presentation to the others as well as the overall. Again, you know, from my humble perspective, I think it's really wise that we constantly refer back to our strategic plan, our North Star as it relates to our budget in particular. And so just in terms of process, Mike, I love the way that you started off the day and basically outlining again, and Patrick reminded me that you'd done it previously, the 4 guiding principles in terms of being able to construct the budget, to talk about the community engagement, and then to have each of the executive directors roll into their presentations. My takeaway would be in terms of process, that was a great way to handle or start the first day. I mean, aside from the rigors of going through each section and each page, I think that to me set the tone. And then just my personal comment, I would hope that we would look to continue that and moving forward. So thank you for the chance to speak to that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor McFadden.
So I'll just premise it by saying that I'm being affected by the after lunch cloud. And then congratulations on going from like $900,000 down to like $200,000. All budgets should be like that. But
I would say I think that's an important item to clarify, perhaps for council's benefit. And that's where when we did the 2022 budget with the addition of the new directors, all these positions were put into one budget. So as you see this budget on page 72, obviously that is no longer it's been separated. So I think this is part of that journey that you were referencing earlier this morning, and happy to clarify all those, but all the different positions are no longer in there.
I was going to go with that. So just for clarity then, this is what, the executive director and admin? What is?
Yes, it's the executive director position.
Okay, yeah, no, as any of these ones with these variances or new sections all have the same question mark, how many, as everybody's figured out Tara's thought process. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, 73. 74, engineering and asset management. Councillor McFadden.
So sorry, an bigger picture question. So I'm seeing in our overall cost per capita, That's jumping up substantially from 56 this year to 87, and then increments for 24, 25. What is that increase in cost per capita coming from?
Through the chair, Councillor McFadden, I think there's a number of things. If you look under facilities, there is the station. That is one component of it. There is also the RCMP in the revenue portion. I guess that would be a benefit, a net benefit to us. So there's the $126,000. So that's part of the additional revenue from the RCMP that we'll be getting in 2023 for the rental space. But the main portion driver for this is the station.
Okay, and I think that's where I'm struggling with understanding this budget is it's not like apples to apples. Like in the 22 budget, you know, we didn't have facilities, wasn't in that space before, right? So this is where I'm struggling. Is there's in that transition, it's just hard to see the variances, and so then you have to go through piece by piece to identify it. So, because I have to admit, I don't usually assume, you know, development and infrastructure services is then the management of facilities. It's not a fit that naturally works in my head. It's my feedback on that one.
Okay, Councillor Reid?
Yeah, maybe the answer is a flash to blinding obvious, but I didn't recall why the asset management moved out of Catherine's portfolio to yours. And I know that's probably ancient history, but if you could just remind me.
Absolutely. Through the chair, Councillor Reid, with the hiring of Ms. Dela Cruz, that is certainly an area of expertise that she brings to the table. So it was capital projects, asset management. You've seen her presentations at council in terms of updating on those. However, asset management is something that we're slowly building. The focus for 23's budget really was enhancing that project delivery. But in future years, you will see additional dedication and resources towards asset management.
So there's just if I could, so the funds that we put aside for that last year, I believe, was it last year, Catherine? We put some funds away, but was it for a system or was it for a person or for both?
It was a capital project for system.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that remains in finance, and then, or is that now moved with?
No, so the capital project never went ahead because we decided that asset management is not just a financial exercise. So it's actually better led coming out of an engineering department, and with the addition of Ms. Dela Cruz, it made sense to have that move over. We've eliminated for now an asset management system capital project until Ms. Dela Cruz has had an opportunity to take a look at what's existing, what the plan is going forward, and then she will figure out what tools are needed. And then at a future budget discussion, we will bring a capital project to acquire those tools.
Okay, thank you.
If I just could add, Ms. Dela Cruz has also been working internally with a number of different asset management champions within the organization to do a lot of the groundwork and give a solid foundation from which to build, and then have that technology as well. So there is work happening in the background, but we don't have a capital request this year.
Councillor Federico?
On that same note, I'm just looking for some clarification under contracted and general services, as well as the other expenditures. Both of those come with some huge increases from the 2022 budget. I'm just wondering if we can get some explanation on them.
Could you just
76.
clarify?
Page 76.
Going from 390 to 673.
Respectfully, would it be okay if we kind of continued in order, and then we can address that question when we get to that section?
I think we are there. Are we
Yeah,
not?
I think we're there.
Oh,
We're
okay.
on- Well, we did skip civil land development.
We hadn't discussed 75, or I don't know that specifically 74 either, but.
That was your fault. That was your fault.
Yeah, that was totally Councillor Reid's fault.
It was the after
Okay.
lunch.
Yeah, the cloud. Okay, so let's go 74, engineering and asset management.
So,
Councillor McFadden? 74?
74, just because it's a new section to understand the staffing of it.
There's 3 staffing resources, so that's Ms. Dela Cruz, our capital projects engineer, and the new position for capital projects management.
Okay, thank you.
75, civil land development. Councillor Federico, do you have a question on page 76?
It's Councillor Reed's, I was looking at his book on the wrong page.
We're not going to go to Councillor Reed anymore.
So yeah, I was just curious on the expenses for the contracted and general services. We go from 392 to 877, long range obviously to 2025, and from 200 to 500. I'm just wondering what's in all those branches.
So if you refer to page 77, there's the budget variance highlights. So it refers to the lease revenue. Of course, that's on the top, but expenditures include costs related to onboarding of facility operational costs for the station, as well as the new protective services building, including additional labor hours to support cleaning, maintenance, and requirements for each facilities. Materials and contracts labor are anticipated to rise throughout 2023 as the existing service agreements are negotiated to renew due to significant inflation experienced in 2022. So that's the rationale for those.
So my only concern about this area is that we're talking about 2 buildings, protective services being one that hasn't even opened yet, and then the station where we really have barely defined what kind of programming is happening there, what kind of hours it's going to be operating. Is there a big enough variance kind of built into the budget to cover, say, if we're talking about extended hours, or we just haven't necessarily thought of all the people that we might need to work there and to make sure that the place is cleaned, or whatever that looks like? Just I worry that are we under budgeting, and then we're gonna all of a sudden have extra dollars that come forward, especially because we don't know what is still coming.
I'm confident in this budget, Councillor Federico. Mr. Barcy, who prepares this budget, is meticulous in detail, and I think has looked at this much like the projects he's managing, and looked ahead. So I'm very confident in it.
Okay, thank you.
I would maybe also just make a distinction between the programming and the maintenance and operation, and this is specifically in relation to the maintenance and operation, and programming considerations are reflected in another part of the budget.
I think what I heard Councillor Federico say, though, was that if we made a decision in programming that extended hours, would that labor cost then be reflected in this budget? That's what I think I'm understanding. Programming is separate.
Thank you. I saw that Mr. Heineman was writing there. I think in relation to any programming changes that are considered, cost implications would be brought forward as those programs are under review or under consideration, and so those would be highlighted at the time should the program change. But I think this is currently reflective of what we understand the programming to be there, and it doesn't currently include after hours or other spaces. Should we expand that, there would be a requisite report with information containing costing and other variables as well.
Okay, maybe one more supplemental question, if I can be quick. Ms. Lowe, is this kind of, I imagine that this is what we're expecting from the province to pay for protective services as well? Like, that's all taken into consideration with this?
Yeah, this has been, there's a bit of a blend between the RCMP budget and the facilities budget when it comes to that building. What we've done is we've made sure that the RCMP budget reflects the true cost of having that facility from a space. So from the debenture payment and the revenue that we will generate, then there's a transfer, an interdepartmental transfer to the facilities budget. So you'll see that there's a correlated revenue that comes in for that to cover off the cost of actually operating and maintaining it. And that has been broken down as closely to the minute, I can suggest, as would be required. That includes everything from maintenance of the facility, as well as whether that's the onboard, like the bringing the facility itself on board, elevator maintenance, all of that has been incorporated into this budget, and cleaning.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
Yes. Could you give me an outline of what we're thinking of doing for implementing and monitoring energy savings equipment and programs? It's not about number of people.
Can I put that in the parking lot
You sure can.
respectfully and come back and get some, I know this is certainly something that our team is committed to. I just don't have the answer for you at this moment, but I can get it.
Okay, that'd be great. And then, and I understand the discussion that's happening right now is like we have these different facilities and the cost to operate the facility is different from the cost to program the facility. So I understand that, but looking ahead, I think what would maybe fit better in my perception of things is if we could also be breaking out the different facilities by their operational costs. I think at one point we used to get that for like the ranch house, what its operational cost was. And so then as we move ahead with, you know, a full year of the station being operational and the RCMP station, all of those ones to understand, I think would be valuable for me in just transparently understanding what's going on.
Okay, I see a lot of heads nodding. Ms. Van Kynpema?
Yeah, one of the challenges with that is there are more components to a cost of running a facility than just simply, here's the power bill that relates to that facility, or here is the gas bill or the insurance that covers that building. It also is a bunch of overhead charges, so human resources and communications and information technology and all of those things. So do we get to that level to assign those overhead costs? And if that's the case, then it falls to the financial services department to do that overhead allocation work, which I would suggest we do not have the resource availability to do it to that level, but it's easier if it's not to include overhead allocation costs.
Yeah, that seems like a fair parameter, you know, to my mind, that when we see this in future years, to have it, it doesn't have to be broken out to that level, but just to have a general understanding of what it's costing us to operate these buildings would be great.
Okay, bricks and mortar.
Somebody else want to get 78 for me?
78, fleet services. Insert standard Councillor McFadden question here. 2.
There are 2.
79, GIS. Ditto?
Well, ditto, yes, but I would like to know what we're selling for $1,000. Just there's sales and user fees of $1,000, and that seems entertaining to me.
That would be mapping requests from, I believe, individual citizens and things of that nature. There's 3 people within that section as well, just to confirm.
Thanks, Drew.
Well, it is an indicator of the level of detail in the budget. Planning and development services, 82. Business development. Councillor McFadden?
So I had a couple questions on 81. The kind of what this service or what this section is doing. So it's going to be in charge of leading the MDP, which is great, and then processes, and then I guess number of people again. But then it says that one of the variances is that it's also going to be supporting the creation of a fiber strategy, and I thought we wrapped up the fiber strategy.
Couple things to answer there. There are 2 people within that. There is the director as well as the admin assistant. In terms of the fiber strategy itself, we did place it within there. Mr. Corman is fulfilling this. We had put the fiber strategy on hold when Mr. Shire had left the organization. As you may recall, that was just prior, I think, 2020.
there's some major projects occurring in Cochrane next year, including the intersection. We have the RCMP facility, the desire to get fiber to some of these additional areas of the community. We had put some additional budget there to build on the work that had previously been done. So hopefully that answers those questions.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I was reading this as, you know, as a planning one, but it's clearly being a little bit of a planning and combination of that fiber services, which I wasn't expecting.
It is the director position. I just want to be very clear, and that's why there wasn't a budget in 2022, and there is a budget in 2023. So you will see that for the various director positions for Mr. Corman, Mr. Hubble, as well as Ms. Dela Cruz at the various pages. So happy to clarify those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, 82, business development. '83, planning services. '84, safety codes. Councilor McFadden?
So
Page
this,
84?
Yeah, thank you. So page 84, budget 22, cost per capita was 22, and we're essentially having that, which is great news, but I just wanted to understand it.
That's actually a contribution, not a cost. As I was saying earlier in my presentation, safety codes is one of the revenue generators for our organization. Again, they're not making as much of a contribution, but there are some additional positions or an additional position that we're putting in here. So there are 6 positions. There are currently 5. We're providing an admin resource for them, as we've got our safety codes officers doing some admin tasks, which we want them to primarily be within the field. So for some efficiencies that would be gained through that, we think that that's a prudent decision to have that admin resource in-house.
Okay, and then you're also forecasting like 100K and increased user fees and revenue, right?
That under the other expenditures? Oh, sorry.
Just looking.
Oh, yes, we're, it's been a very robust year over the last couple of years for safety codes, so we expect it to continue.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. Just back to page 82. I was interested in the $20,000 annual gift guide to promote Bears Paw Spring Bank for, I think it's for our new station or visitor information. I just didn't understand that part in the budget variance highlights.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, this is the gift guide. It's been a very successful campaign. It's historically been just distributed inside the town's boundaries. So now we're going to Springbank Bearspaw with the intent of drawing more people to our local business and supporting those local businesses. So that is really the focus. It's not specific to our Cochrane Information Center. I would say more to supporting local business through the Christmas season.
Thank you.
Councilor Federico?
Piggybacking on to Councilor Wilson's, is there not an initiative, like, to me, when I see that, like, is it not something that tourism and the Chamber of Commerce could partner with? Are they already partnering with it? It just seems that, you know, from an economic development standpoint, us taking that on totally versus me looking at it from a tourism lens or as well as from a chamber lens, might be something that could be taken over in that way, or, you know, they're able to look for grants at least, right, and things like that.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, it's an annual program, so there's certainly opportunities for us to look at it differently moving forward, and something that I think even based on our preliminary conversation, we've typically contracted this out. In future years, we've had internal discussions about doing it internally, but having some other partners participate in that, I think would be something we could consider as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're parking lotting that? Yep. Yeah, what specifically would you like to park?
Yeah, that's all I was asking. Are we interested in talking about the gift guide more? It was something that I just wanted clarity on. I don't really have an opinion on at this moment.
Any information that council requires about the gift guide, I'm happy to work with our team and get additional information. So if there's something specific, I'm happy if you put it in the parking lot, but so we can meet your expectations, please just clarify what you'd like to see us bring back.
Councillor Wilson, do you have a?
Sure. So I'd be interested in just a very quick description of ROI that we're receiving from the, I guess not only the 20K Bears Paw Spring Bank, but also the Cochrane portion of that. And I don't know how much we're allocating to that, but just a quick description of what we're expecting in return for that investment would be good enough for me.
Councillor Federico?
Yeah, I mean, or maybe it's something that, I mean, obviously, we're not gonna have that information coming up while we're during deliberations, so maybe it's something that can come back to us early in the new year. As far as, you know, kind of looking at that contract piece out versus whether or not we could look at what the cost would be to do it internally versus what the cost would be to look for partners. I don't know, it just seems $20,000 for a gift guide that I wonder if it wouldn't be best suited to be taken out of the town and maybe find some other alternatives to have that done.
Happy to do that. My only clarity that I'm looking for is this information parking lot, or is this something that you would like us to bring back?
Let's put it in the parking lot, and we can further refine what we do with it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Go, no go. Okay. It's parked. 85. Oh, now we're in operations. 86. How many people are in this section? Mr. Heineman, please.
On page 86?
86.
So there are 3 people, the director and the 2 admin resources.
Can I go?
Okay.
Can I just add, sorry, Mayor and Council, just to be clear, I know you're tracking these FTEs. By the end of today, you will have that org chart with the FTEs as well as a spreadsheet that we're working on in what's moved out of where and into where with the FTE count. So if you're frantically trying to capture this, we will have all this for you by the end of the day as well.
I'm reassured that your notes will be cleaner than mine.
Thank you, Ms. Almond.
For page 86, I would also just confirm this is the director's budget. So new budget, you wouldn't have seen it in 2022. So again, talking about that organizational resiliency, just clarifying.
Thank you. Roads. Storm sewer. Eco Center. Waste management. Water. Bueller. I got it. Councillor Wilson.
The slow guy over here again on page 87. Just a quick comment that it looks like over the 4-year plan, we're actually decreasing our cost per capita for our roads network, which obviously is kind of awesome. I'm just wondering how we're achieving that. There's no new hires going on there, and with the 3% growth, that's how we're achieving.
There's a couple of things. There are no new hires, but fleet has also been moved out. So fleet and facilities are a separate group. So you would have the staffing impacts there that would reflect that outcome.
Excellent, thank you.
Wastewater, 94 and 95. Mr. Hyman?
I just wanted to clarify, and I did briefly mention it in the presentation, and Mr. Derricott mentioned it in his presentation this morning, that the rates, January, that we would be coming forward. So just reminding council that's right now it's status quo, but we would be looking to revisit that in January with councils.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Wilson?
Page 90, Eco Center. This is another topic that's sort of like our Spray Lake Center, where I look at it and we obviously see increasing costs, as I'd expect over the years here. Obviously, we have outside of Cochrane users to this center. Is there revenue coming in from our Rocky View partners here that I don't see, or just, I know it's a topic upcoming for discussion maybe with?
No, that's,
Rocky
I think that's being captured here.
Okay.
Yeah, Rocky View County contributes.
Yes, Rocky View is a contributor.
Where am I missing that? Sorry, if it's here. That's in sales and user fees.
Correct.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And that's through an agreement, correct? Yeah. Counselor Fideko?
Curious on that same page, on page 90, contracted and general services, going from 192, 2022 up to 431.12. I'm just not sure, is that just contracts going up or?
Tippage fees. My guess.
If you just give me a moment, please. Oh, this is the waste collection contract. We had signed this for 2 years, so this year and next year, and then in subsequent years it is going up. So we're budget.
Last year, there was a large jump in equipment repairs and replacement. There's a replacement of a horizontal data.
Oh, and then there is some equipment repairs, excuse me, in 24 and 25.
Yeah, Counselor Fideko?
I guess maybe because I don't know if, I'm sure the research has been done, but, you know, is that the most competitive service that we're using, even though, I mean, obviously, I realize that things go up and they might charge different fees, but do we look at the analysis between using somebody else or?
Well, and I would give Mr. Hubble a great deal of credit very early in his tenure here, coming forward and looking at the opportunity to lock in at the current contracted rates for the next 2 years. And then Mr. Bartolo is also very astute in terms of his relationships and looking forward. So I can confirm and get some more details for you, but I'm confident in the numbers provided.
Yeah, and I'm sure by 2025, could be a lot of other things that could change within that, so I am cognizant of that.
I would also just add to that we do have robust procurement processes that ensure competitiveness in pricing. That's just reflecting what we anticipate to be a changing cost. But we will go through that procurement process that will ensure we achieve best value for our dollars there.
It's a placeholder for now. Okay. Any other questions before we move to? Okay, no more questions. We could take a 5-minute recess at this point, or 7 even, or I might.
17?
6.5-minute break from the deputy mayor. Thank you. Let's do that, and then we'll, Mr. Derricott, you'll come and tell us what we're doing next. Thank you. Or upstairs? Yeah, I think my mom tuned out 6 hours ago. Okay, we're back. Mr. Derricott, you're going to take us into a conversation or segue us into a conversation from someone on the team on service fees.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. The last component of the operational presentation is a fee conversation. So Ms. Van Kuypema is going to lead us through that. Upon conclusion of that, we'll have opportunity to discuss where we go next, either jumping into capital, whether or not we want to start that, or wait for tomorrow morning, and we'll defer to you and your colleagues as to where you want to see the conversation go following the fee conversation.
There's a slide.
And while Ms. Van Kuypema is getting the slide ready, I would suggest that we park capital until tomorrow, because we're only going to get through some of it. And maybe we could have a high-level conversation about what it is that, what number we're trying to drive towards, what is it, and I don't mean to get into the parking lot items, but, because those will come. But maybe similar to what Councillor McFadden talked about earlier, this is where what you'd like to see, the high-level principles that you're each approaching the budget from, so we can start to give some direction to our admin team about what it is that they need to do or not need to do. So give that some thought while we're listening to service fees.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Genung, members of council. Service fees is sort of the last operational component to talk to you about today. And with service fees, it's kind of a bit of an art and a bit of a science. So when we're considering what the service fees are, the art comes into balancing between what are other municipalities doing, what is the cost of providing the service, and applying the artistic lens as to where that service fee should land. In other instances, it's a very scientific application, and that's reflected in the roads service fees in particular. We used to have a whole list of roads, different service fees that we had, which most times we never even needed to use them. And we always followed the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association guide. So it just made more sense to actually take out of this whole great big long list of service fees and instead refer the reader to the Alberta Road Builders guide. Most of the other changes there are some housekeeping changes for clarity, especially in the planning area, and most of them are to sort of bring them in line with what other municipalities are charging and or what the cost of providing the services are. And I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have about service fees.
Just to note, if you're looking for it in the budget book, it begins on page 158, I believe, if you want to.
That's correct.
All right. Councillor Wilson, question on fees?
Yep. Yeah, I had a question about what are road fees? That skipped by me, please.
Yeah, so I think we had about a 2-page list of various equipment rental fees with an operator, without an operator, a skid steer, a backhoe, a whole list of roads fees used to be in there. And those are all fees that are all covered by the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association guide. So it made more sense to actually eliminate our great big long list and instead refer people to that guide. And that's on page 174.
This is for construction traffic and road builders, I understand. Is that, now am I caught up?
Yeah, so that's where we were getting the fee number from.
Thank you. And I had one question about, we've blew by wastewater, but it is still possibly a fee question. Is that appropriate now? Maybe we have the wrong person at the podium, I don't know. Back on page 95, it said for wastewater that are contracted services see an increase for the new inspection program, and then I've heard about that, but then increased charges from City of Calgary, and that's for our wastewater. I was just wondering if we'd have a quick breakdown on that. Obviously, the city is charging us more for our wastewater. Maybe to touch on that, and then also to touch on where we're going in our future, because I know we're reaching some sort of capacity at some point here, and we have some choices to make, so if we have extra time.
I'd be happy to answer those questions, Councillor Wilson. So, is there any chance we could go back to this slide that Mr. Derricott had this morning that included the total charge of the 23-22, and then that's got the wastewater charge on it. So it's very early. I think it's slide 23 in the presentation.
23?
Maybe.
No,
Oh.
I'll find it.
So if you recall, it's the rate proposed for 2023, and we intended to have this discussion in January. There's the 424. So that's the contracted rate with the City of Calgary as we go through the transmission line to Calgary. So I would look at this as very much a fixed cost and something that based on the current arrangements that is really not negotiable. So that's where that comes from. And then in terms of what we're looking forward to, and it's included in the 10-year plan, is the need to twin that pipeline in the longer term. And I believe that's outside the 3-year window. I don't have it but right at my fingertips, but certainly we could get that for you here shortly.
Okay. So
But it is a major project in the neighborhood of $13 million, I believe, the first phase. So
the first part looks like something I missed this morning, and I apologize if that's the case. And then the second part will be more tomorrow with capital. Is that right, with the twinning of the wastewater pipeline?
It's not. It's outside of. We'll talk about all the capital projects, but the twinning of the line is not within the 3-year time frame. So I can get some more information in terms of the exact time frame on that here shortly for you.
Just further to that, Councillor Wilson, the intent is when we meet for strategic planning, envisioning we're kind of trying to set the dates for that now. We had this conversation yesterday, February, March. As part of that conversation will be the 10-year capital plan and an update, and those types of things and those projects that are outside of this budget will be reflected there.
Good enough, thank you. Yep.
If I may just add to that, the 10-year capital plan is on page 10 and 11, Councillor Wilson, and it does show the wastewater pipeline twinning project.
Thank you.
Okay, any other, oh, sorry, Councillor Federico, go ahead.
I just had a question between the one-day event permit, which is on page 159, to a community event fee standard. What's the difference in those two events? And community event standards on 162.
So
You have an event permit fee, one-day event, and then you got a community event standard. I'm just not sure what the difference is between events.
So business licensing, my take on that would be that this was a business asking for an event or a permit for a day, and then the other is for an event.
Yes.
That's my guess.
Page 159 is related to licensing. Sorry, we had a lot of mics going over here. Page 159 is related to business licensing. So if it's a one-day event, say for example, businesses are coming to the community to take part in some type of event where they are conducting business in the community for one day, that's a one day. Where the community events, that's a standard fee for a standard community event, is the $55.
Okay, and then I have a couple other questions for you. The flag raising and the lighting of the Jack Tenant Memorial Bridge, were we collecting that revenue this year? Or is it just starting up in 2023 now?
What page are you on? Sorry.
162.
It has been in place. I just can't remember if we implemented the fee immediately upon application of the policy. I believe we did, but there's no change to that. That's what was brought forward to council when the policies were adopted.
Okay, and not that this is a make it or break it item, obviously, for budget, but I'd be curious just to see how many requests we had throughout the last year, and then what kind of maybe revenue that generated versus maybe cost to be able to do all those things, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
certainly not gonna make or break this. And then one more quick question, are we back to doing, I know, you know, at one point, fire inspections, safety inspections were done, online or virtual, are we back to doing all those things in person now?
Certainly from fire inspection, we are back to in-person, and my belief is that safety codes, yes, we are all back to in-person inspections.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Counselor Flowers?
On page 164, just wondering about the new fees for adult bookings, tournament tennis and pickleball. There was no charge before, now we're charging.
That's correct. So we are seeing a significant increase in the use of the courts and in trying to manage through that. So when the courses are being booked for a tournament, it takes away the ability for other people to use the facility. So we're looking at implementing a fee for that. It does require park staff to go and clean up the court afterwards. So there is a corresponding impact to operational costs. So we're looking to recover that.
So is that outdoor, like the one by Frank Wills Hall, the pickleball?
The tennis court that's there, yes, that would apply to that.
And so people have to book it online just to go for one game, or is it for if they want it for the day?
That's specific to tournaments.
Oh, tournaments only. Thank you.
Counselor Wilson?
Page 172, if we're just jumping around on fees.
Yep.
172, cash in lieu for parking per stall. Just curious how that, it seems that amount hasn't changed in a while, and just curious with our new LUB changes to some of our commercial parking, how often is that 20,000 used, and has that been, maybe it's too early to tell, but has that been affected by our new policy of, I think, being more non-prescriptive on parking and going case by case as we approve non-residential parking?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I think it's too early to tell. We've had that for a number of years, but I would say that most developers try and avoid that at all cost. It's a significant implication if you have multiple parking spots at $20,000.
Right.
So.
Is that one? I guess one final question with that. I've always been interested in that number. I have no idea what a reasonable number is there. Is that comparable to like municipalities? Does Calgary have a similar rate that they use?
I think in terms of it being, it is a high number when you look at what underground would cost. But one of the, when this was first put in and it hasn't been changed in a number of years, it was really to incentivize people providing the parking, because we had a number of parties trying to get away from providing parking.
Right.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on fees? No? Yes. Councillor Nagel. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Nagel.
When we're increasing so many fees all over the place and with so many inflationary pressures, how come we're not like increasing the fees for developers, such as the area redevelopment plan amendment, neighborhood plan amendment, those types of things?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor Nagel, and when we were reviewing this, our fees were very comparable and competitive with other jurisdictions within the region, so we didn't look to increase them this year, but we are regularly reviewing those, so it would be something we'd look at it in a future year.
Could I table the possibility of raising those fees? Or not table, parking lot?
Parking lot.
Sorry.
Would you like to buy parking in lieu of?
Yes.
Yeah. Insert dad joke here. Okay, so we're gonna parking lot that item?
I can also talk to the team to get some additional information on their review to be more fulsome in my response. Yeah.
Any other queries on service fees? Okay. This is the part where administration can enjoy your popcorn. We can talk about potential high-level again, don't want to get into the parking lot items. Many of them are going to come back with more information, up for debate, obviously, later on, but I think we have just under an hour, 40 or so minutes. Kind of have a brief discussion on.
Sorry, I was amused. I was hearing that as like, we have 40 minutes to talk, fill up the time. And I don't want to go that way.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps just before I jump into the popcorn, on that high-level conversation around the, targets of, I think the number that we're talking about is the 7.5% tax increase. Something that I didn't really reference earlier in the day that I had meant to was one of the key drivers of this was part of the conversation we had this time last year when we were discussing budget was to pursue a growth plus inflation type environment. And so I just wanted to reinforce that that was certainly the perspective that we took when we were building this budget administratively. Admittedly, we were not expecting this kind of inflationary challenge when we pursued that, but that was certainly our perspective in terms of what has been prepared and presented in this budget. So I just wanted to give that little bit of additional context, and then now I'll be happy to listen for a little while.
Could perhaps, as part of your comments, could you touch on, I think I heard from you at one point that during the ELT discussions, you had started at a much higher number. This wasn't just a big wish list and everything's on the list, and if council approves the 7.55, then yay. There was a lot of work that went into getting to that number.
Yeah, thank you. I think that thank you. I do think it's important to note that there's administrative screens that happen before it achieves administrative support to appear as it does before you. And while I don't think I'll go into the detail, we were in the high teens when we took it on as ELT in terms of what our departmental budgets were for optimal outcomes, and then did a lot of obviously difficult work to achieve what we believe is an appropriate recommendation at the 7.55%. But as the mayor noted, it wasn't just a, hey, we'd really like to have all of these things and we'll let you make all of those challenging decisions. We had our fair share of those difficult conversations leading us to this point as well.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, lead us off. I think we should, state positions, but I think it would be premature to get into a whole lot of debate at this point, but.
So I won't get into particular numbers or particular budget items or anything like that, but just kind of my broad feelings of where we're at today and where I'm at this year for the budget. In terms of how we got here today, I don't presume to speak on behalf of all of council, but I speak on behalf of myself. I felt that last year we gave a very big increase to get ahead of future pressures and catch up with past pressures so that we didn't have to be in an environment where we're increasing taxes quite a bit. I know inflation is a big part of today's discussion, but again, speaking for myself, I knew that there was going to be inflationary challenges this year, and that was a big part of my reason for supporting a big tax increase last year. I thought it would be prudent to get ahead of that when the economy was feeling well, instead of waiting to respond to it when everybody else's purses were already hurting. In terms of the process today, this experience for me, I've been trying to think of an analogy of how to explain how I felt about the whole thing. It's like I've gone to a car dealership and I've told the car salesperson I want a 4-wheel drive, and then the car salesman takes me to the $70,000 GMC truck and shows me around it all day, and I'm quietly sitting there thinking I can't afford the $70,000 truck, so I'm just gonna quietly sit and listen to everything. But I feel there is a big mismatch between where I am at and where this current budget is at, and I think there's two ways to approach reconciling that difference, assuming it ever does get reconciled. I mean, one approach is that I just don't support the overall budget, but to get us to a budget that I do support, one approach is administration can use their expertise and knowledge of what's actually going on in the budget and what's actually going on in the town of Cochrane, and propose to myself and my colleagues as to how we get the taxes down. That is my preferred solution. The less preferable solution is that that council actually has to go through this line by line and scratching things out and cutting things if administration tells us that administration can't. I really do not want to do that. because I know I'm not well equipped to do that. I could ask you, our senior administration, questions for 3 weeks and probably still not be fully equipped to actually pick and choose what should be cut and what shouldn't. And in saying what I've just said, I know that it won't be easy. I know that there will be pain and discomfort, and I know that means possible reduction in service and possible reduction in job satisfaction here at the town of Cochrane. But my thinking there is the entire private sector and all of the taxpayers in this town are severely hurting right now. People are dealing with going to the gas station and not knowing how they're going to pay for a $200 fuel up. They go to the grocery store and they'd fill up their cart, and what used to cost $350 now costs them $500. And I think it's important that we recognize that it is going to be difficult for us to respond to this inflationary environment, just as it is for households and businesses. And if we just go through and increase our tax revenues by 7.5% on the average tax bill, it's like we're just not bearing any of the brunt of the inflationary challenges that our society is facing. It's like the government's getting a free pass, and we say, well, sucks you guys have to deal with that inflation stuff. We're just going to increase taxes and we're going to let the taxpayers figure it out. So I really want our organization to find a way to bear the brunt of the financial challenges that the community is feeling and figure out how we're going to share our load of adapting during this tough time. So that is the high level overview of where I'm at.
Do you have not to get into specific numbers, but
like 3.5 or 4%, which is a ways off from where we are right now.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add because I agree with most of what Councillor Nagel just said. I only had one question to help me get to the number that was just asked there. And I just asked Councillor Reid here if I missed it this morning. Is there an inflationary, our philosophy is to go growth plus inflation to get to our final number. Is there an inflation number that we used for this budget? Is it 3.5%, or what is the inflation number that we're using?
It's the CPI number from before.
So a couple of thoughts on this. One was we referenced this when we talked about the uncontrollable costs as being partly driven by inflation, and that being a 7.5% increase in that space. And then we referenced also the CPI currently between in the high 6.7, 6.8 as the current inflationary environment, with the municipal price index typically being a little bit beyond CPI. So that 7.5% in our view is just in line with the inflationary pressures that we're feeling as an organization.
Okay, great, thank you. So in a sense, the whatever the numbers we're sitting at 7 point. Thank you.
7.55.
Right, it's just the MPI inflation level just to keep up with our environment. Okay.
Yeah, that is our general approach there. Yep.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think I'll just listen to others.
Just for your benefit as well, Councillor Wilson, I believe the growth rate application is 3.25 as well, just to keep that in mind.
Great, thank you. Other than being in general agreement of everything I just heard from Councillor Nagel, that's all I wanted to get out there was how much of this was inflation, and I guess that's one critical factors. Keeping up with inflation in a budget is something to be mindful of. So I'll leave it at that for now until I get to my number.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Federico?
I support Councillor Nagel as well. The feeling out in the communities that the community can't handle a whole lot more, and I think he nailed it when you talk about grocery prices, you talk about gas prices, you talk about provincial tax, federal tax. Everybody's got a handout right now, and I think we claim to be financial stewards of our community, and we want to make sure that we're doing things in all the right ways and trying, or maybe fiscal stewards, that might be better, of our community. And I think we need to find a way to show our community that we feel the same pressures, and I don't think that this is a time to overspend, overstaff. And I do understand that, we're planning for things as we go ahead into the future, but maybe this is not the year to do that. And I think that we need to be respectful of people's situations. I've personally known single parents out there that have had to go to the food bank this year because they can't afford it when they're working 2 jobs. So I'm just very, very cautious as to what our community can take on, and it's got to be cut down somehow, some way. And the only other thing that I'd say, I do understand Councillor Nagel's remark about not going into the weeds of line by line, but when I look at what was some of the costs and the costing summary of the council budget alone, I was surprised at some of those items that ended up in that particular section. And that worries me as to what might be in other sections of this budget that I don't know about, that is not necessarily public realm. So I'm just, if I have to go there, I will, but that is my concern, is that when we talk about transparency and being very, very, very open, and I can easily find out $100,000 that I take out for no reason why it's there, that's when I have some questions.
So you're happy with the 3.5 to 4?
Yeah, I know higher.
Okay, Councillor Reid?
Yeah, I agree with some of what I've heard, and clearly, like everyone else, even in my own household, I know that we're experiencing the cost or the implications of inflation. You know, we're having to lower the thermostat. I'm wearing sweaters. Maybe it's just getting old. Doing less driving. Being very careful about our grocery list. So I know that others are feeling that same pain, and have heard it directly and indirectly. I think there may be. I'm not sure that I want to go line by line either. I don't think that's productive. I don't know enough about it to be able to make an effective decision, although I do worry, having been on the other side of the table when asked to cut a budget. We cut some stuff that was pretty obvious and pretty painful, and the board said, no, we're not going to do that, right? So yeah, in terms of working collaboratively in a collegial environment as a joint budget, we may look forward to being able to have some recommendations come forth, indicating where we might be able to save some, whether it's out of the surplus, or if we look at the residential, non-residential split. Again, I know, Mike, you and I've had some conversations about that, and I've had some previous conversations with Catherine about it. I don't know if that's a place where we look, but I think there are places where we could look to reduce that number. I'm in the 3 to 5 range in terms of where we're at. 4 would be a perfect place to land, but again, I don't want to prejudge any further discussions on it as it relates. We haven't even got into capital yet, right? Most of which comes from reserve anyways, but I think it's worth having that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I just want to start off by I think like everybody else around the table, I put a great deal of work into this budget, and hats off to Councillor Federico, who kind of led, a lot of online surveys to kind of get a feel, and certainly I've heard from people, in the grocery stores and emails and such. And so there's 2 emails that really resonated with me, comments. And this first one I just wanted to share from a resident. It says, concerning this issue, it seems as though the proposed budget completely disregards the reality of the taxpayer. With inflation running at over 7% and the Bank of Canada raising interest rates, the cost of living for us is rising like all Canadians. My gas is costing me $300 more a month, $400 more, and our mortgage is due for renewal and will cost us about $300 more. This is $1,000 out of pocket for us a month. I can tell you that I do not get a $1,000 raise in salary. We cut other expenses, restaurants, winter sports, summer vacation. A new reality means adjusting our budget. And that's really where I feel that we are. We did the strategic plan in the spring, and it really means that we have to adjust. The world we're at has changed, and changed quickly in just that little bit of time. Another quote I received from a resident was, it may not be possible to tax our way out of inflation. And that one really, resonated with me. And so, it's been presented that administration has brought this forward in line with the strategic plan that we came up with in the spring, and I appreciate that. But again, I had way too much fun with quotes. No battle plan survives contact with the enemy, and that's where it feels that we're at with inflation and rising interest rates and uncertain economy. And so we really need to, I really feel that in this budget, I want us to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our residents, but it's a no-frill budget. And I really, from my lens, I'd like to see this halved. I certainly agree with Councillor Nagel's point of view. I'd rather, give administration that perspective and we find a way to deliver within that, as opposed to council having to go line by line or coming up, with the directions for that. That being said, if I do end up in a spot where I'm trying to come up with a solution to that, some of the ones that I would propose is a hiring freeze to not fill the 11 positions that still to be hired from 2022, and a hiring freeze through to 2023, and that have all of those new positions come back to council on a line by line or a case by case basis, and council would make that. I also suggest no COLA for council or management, the executive level staff. I would certainly support a COLA for our boots on the ground folks. And maybe we need to look at our training and just limit that to what's required for certification. So all of that being said is that, I do have some ideas about how we can half that, but I really do think it needs to be an iterative process on how we get there. But overall, we do need to, face the realities of a really tough economic time for both our municipality, but more importantly for our residents.
Councillor Flowers?
Hard stuff. We had a bold plan last year and I was very proud of it, and we did some great work in the spring, picturing how we want our future to be, but things have changed. Just like our transit hub, we had to scale back on it. It's not the project we first thought it was going to be. So I'd like to see us finish what we did plan from last year, because there's still positions on the table, and I think quite a bit of it's frontline stuff that we really need in order to move forward. I feel like there must be some projects that we could look at postponing at least. We never get as much done in a year as we really think we're going to, and we do have a lot to finish from last year. So I would like to respect those people in the community that are really struggling, and the fact that we didn't know the inflation costs were going to be what they are, and try to come up with a number somewhere between 3.5% and 5% was what I was hoping for. And I'm not sure what the best way to do it is, but I'm looking forward to more discussion.
There's only one light left on. Well, it sounds like most are going between 3% and 5%. I would look forward to what administration could come back with and suggest what that would look like before making a final decision, obviously. I like that as a path forward, not, as you suggested, Deputy Mayor, going through line by line. And I like how you put that. And there's not a number of weeks that we're going to be able to go through this and come up with the expertise that we've already hired to do that on our behalf. So I respect the professional opinion across the room, and I know it's already been a difficult situation to get to where we are today. And I think many of the comments that well, not to get into too much of, I mean, we could all pick comments from people from the community that support whatever position we want to take. Well, I'm hearing loud and clear from the community that not to cut services, but to keep moving, and not at all cost, at all. It's not what I'm suggesting. So I think it's a difficult ask of our team to come back with something that's already representative of inflation and all of the pressures that everybody's outlined that they're feeling from community residents, including ourselves, are real, but those are the exact pressures that our organization is under, and why the number before us is even before us. So that's the conundrum that we're in, and the difficult thing, I think, in the position that we're in as leaders and decision makers is you don't get to weigh in on the price of gas, but it goes up. And you don't get to weigh in at Sobeys or Save On or wherever you shop and debate over grocery prices. They just go up. And such is inflation. But one of the places people have an outlet is here, and then we're put in a position to be favorable at this time of year to make a decision that is favorable, but then may not be favorable for our organization. So it's a difficult position. but it's one we all took on. So reserve the right to discuss at further length when we hear back from administration on what, say, a 5 or a 4% increase looks like and what would not be included in the budget. But I certainly don't, I mean, other than the council budget, I'm happy to go through that line by line because I think we actually have a more of an understanding of that budget than any other department in the entire organization. If we want to do that, let's do it. But for the rest, I would rather hear back from administration on what it is and then what that looks like. And if it's complete, you know, if we're not plowing snow, if we're not cutting grass and we're not maintaining the things that Cochranites expect and want, I think we're going to hear from it. I hope that residents will rise up and give us their opinions on what cuts might look like too. So that's where all in my comments today. Councillor Reid, you were looking like you wanted to.
Yeah, I was just actually going to, in terms of that, what would be useful for me, and again, I really appreciate how you summarized that. I think it's a really good summary reflection of what we've collectively said and some advice, recognizing the difficulty it is for administration. If you could just outline what the implications really are. So this is where you would cut, this is what it would mean, but this is the implications in terms of administration, the community, for council, whatever. Yeah, I mean, you know, the reference to, you know, personalizing it, you know, turning down the thermostat, wearing a sweater, you know, being more conscious about what we buy at the grocery store. I think in many ways what we're asking administration to do is just do the same, but from the town's perspective and their particular role. So I think that shows, to Marnie's point, I think that shows good leadership in terms of our roles as a town council. So.
Okay, Mr. Derricott, do you need any further kind of clarity?
No, thank you. That's an incredibly helpful conversation, and I do have a few thoughts that I hope would be relevant. And one is that none of this conversation is obviously lost on administration, and certainly ultimately council will dictate where they feel the appropriate place to end up in terms of the implications of the budget in that broad context. And the information that's been shared, I think, will be really helpful as we go back and consider that. Just a few kind of additional pieces to highlight that I think, again, will help reflect the challenges that we're facing as a community, is we're expecting our community to grow by 3.25%, and inflation and growth pressures, and also trying to reflect and reinvigorate some spaces in our organization that have been missing. In recent years, you know, community services, reflection on asset management, these are pieces that have been discussed at this table, and sound and my impression is are very important to council. And so it's the balance of being able to navigate those very real, and I think very personal economic challenges that we're experiencing as a community, with those other very real realities of a growing community. And I think this idea of building an appropriate mechanism and organization to support the strategic plan. And I think my hope is we can find a way to do both of those things. I don't want to give the impression that they're mutually exclusive, as in it's either that we're doing it or we're not doing it. It's how we do it, it's how we time it, it's how we sequence it. I think those are lots of parts of the conversation. And so it's certainly not an all or nothing proposition as part of it. But I think underpinning that is the reality of the strategic plan, I think, being beyond year over year economic pressures, and hopefully guiding us through some of those conversations in terms of the objectives that we can layer onto these very difficult decisions. Certainly we tried to do that at the administrative level, and council is currently engaged in doing that in your process. I do have one question that may be helpful as well. There's kind of two, I think, basic solutions to the question that we have in front of us, as in if we want to reduce the potential tax implications. There's what I would describe as a relatively temporary answer to that question versus a more direct answer. So the direct would be things, reduction of actual direct costs, which we will be very happy to go back and consider where we can make some of those. The other is consideration for things like if we are, I think as Deputy Mayor Nagel suggested, trying to find a way to manage the inflationary environment without having a direct impact on our community. Does that mean something like using, reserve funds such as the expected or anticipated surplus coming in part because of, I think sound financial management by council and administration to smooth some of that out, as in to say that may be a way that we could manage some of these implications without necessarily having to reduce our interest in building out some of the pieces of our organization that we hope will be critical elements going forward. Would be happy to hear some general thoughts on either of those.
I think from my perspective, if we could have some options that show all of that, and then a preferred recommended option, as similar to the draft that was before us today as your recommended budget. But then if we pick option one, which is utilize surplus, what's the impacts of that? What are the pros and cons? If we were to reduce services, this is, okay, there's no snow removal in this section anymore. Sorry, Glen Eagles. I'm just kidding. That's gonna make the headlines tomorrow. I already regret saying that. But I think that from my perspective would be what council would like. That's what I'm hearing. That what's a 3%, what's a 5%, and what are the options to get there? Councillor Wilson?
Perfectly said by the mayor, except that I'd like one of those options to be, if we weren't to use a surplus, how would we get down to a 3 to 5%? I'd like to actually see, rather than just use a surplus, I'd at least like to see what that option looks like. I actually originally buzzed in here for just a quick philosophy point, and that's again back to the philosophy of growth plus inflation is our strategy. And I think everyone around the table understands inflation is just thrust upon us. We deal with it, and we need to add money to top it up. The growth piece is the piece that always concerns me, where obviously if we're growing and we're saying that the growth is causing us to increase the size of the organization more than the additional tax funds we're getting, we're into the conversation that I always go back to, which is that growth isn't paying for itself, that every new person we add to this community is not adding that amount of value, and so we have to keep increasing taxes. So other than just pointing out the fact that that's concerning to me, and I'd like to have more conversations about why growth is not paying for itself. It's the same thing I rattle on about this time every year, but I think it's important that we continue to talk about that specific topic. But other than that, for the applicable question at hand, yes, options tomorrow would be great, or whatever day we deal with that.
I think it'll be in a week.
Week, yeah. Sorry, yeah, pardon me. Pardon me. And one of those options being, what does it look like without using surplus funds, even though I suspect we will be looking at that as well. That's my addition. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Federico?
Yeah, that growth piece concerns me a little bit, just because we're going into a very different market. It was, sure, we saw lots of high growth over this last year, but things are changing out there. There's definitely a slowdown when it comes to probably what our future looks like, and interest rates have definitely impacted that. Unless we see Bank of Canada kind of reduce some rates, it's going to be tough going forward. I don't necessarily like the idea of using reserves. I think reserves just become a Band-Aid that you take out, you to rip off now, and then you're always trying to catch up, right? And I don't necessarily want to do that. I'd rather us just look at taking things off the table. So that might be in kind of what Councillor Nagel or Councillor Wilson was getting at, is kind of seeing what that option is, looking at, as to just look at the organization on its own and try to make cuts as best we can, not saying that we're going to bring them back in a year from now.
Okay, so options?
Absolutely, and that would certainly would have always been our intention, to give council as many tools as possible to make that decision. I think one point that I had intended to make earlier as well is the idea of that weighs really, really heavily on administration when we're in this space, is that idea of intergenerational equity, and the idea that in some case we're passing this, we're not saving this inflationary cost, we're passing it forward to future years and future budgets, and there's no other way to do that if we don't capture those costs other than reduce service and other pieces like that. That's not a right or wrong. I have no value judgment on that. That's just a reality. And so what we've heard and what we've tried to manage administratively is that council doesn't want to pass wherever possible costs on to future generations for both infrastructure and operations. And so we're just really mindful of that as we continue to go through this conversation as well.
I don't see anyone disagreeing with that as a principle. Okay, a little bit early, not just to fill time, but so maybe a recap of the parking lot items so that we know what we're coming back with tomorrow or the next day, and then what's on the agenda for tomorrow.
Sorry, thank you. Perhaps I'll start with the agenda tomorrow, but obviously be to review capital. Once that was completed, we would then obviously turn to the deliberation portion where council would discuss various items of interest, some of which are in the parking lot. I don't know, Mayor, and we're in a very good position to rattle off the parking lot specifically. I'm not sure it's compiled in that way. What we were going to do is compile that, and it may be now with a little bit of extra time, send that out so that council can see it, at minimum have it be prepared for tomorrow morning to ensure that we're capturing all those items that we would need to.
Are we leaving you enough time to do that?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right, does that sound like a good plan of attack tomorrow? Sorry.
I do have one question. You had said, Mayor, that we were going to go through council line by line. I believe it was Councillor Fedeko that put on that she would like to go through the CAO line by line. Would you like me to prepare both? Sorry, Councillor McFadden. Did someone put that on the parking lot? Do I need to, you would like to do both?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll be part of the parking lot discussion tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow we'll come back, we'll go through capital. That takes what it takes. And then start in the parking lot items, go through those, understand those at a greater level, decide if we want them in or out. And then looks like possibly after lunch, start to talk about same conversation we just had, or decide if we want to wait and hear back from administration on what this conversation generated. Which it would be, I think our next day is the Monday. So a week from yesterday, and does that give you enough time to come back with some options and?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, everybody's good? Yep, okay, let's adjourn then. Thank you, everyone.